Chapter 10:26. Master, you are back. At the same time, Miss Maid's brisk voice suddenly came. Before this, Yu Yi was probably busy with something in the kitchen. When she came out, she was holding a tray with some food on it. So it formed a very interesting triangle. The position where the three people stood was just like a triangle. The sound of the pendulum clock in the corner had not completely stopped at this time. The clanging sound came to the 8th time. Luocho coughed lightly and said casually, "Yu Yi, bring a set of clothes for Miss Nero." Miss Maid looked at Luocho and nodded with a smile, then walked to Nero and handed the tray in her hand to Nero. Nero, who didn't feel anything wrong with her state at this time, took it with both hands and said happily, I have been looking forward to your cooking for a long time." "The clothes are actually prepared, Miss Nero," Miss Maid said softly at this time. "In addition, can I invite you to eat in the bathroom?" Nero blinked. She always felt that eating in the bathroom was a very sad situation. "Can I?" Miss Maid asked again with a smile. "Okay." She always felt that if she shook her head, she would die in the next second. Nero quickly held the tray with both hands and stepped back step by step, then disappeared from the corridor. "Master, the dirty things have been dealt with." So Miss Maid turned around again. What to deal with? Luocho had to smile a little awkwardly. "Welcome back." But Miss Maid quickly grasped the opportunity to bully. This was the first time Luocho returned after the club moved back. "I'm back." Luocho nodded. "Anyway, let's go to the study first." It was the sound of pages turning. Luocho was looking at the business that Yu Yi did during his vacation. The club's business had never stopped, but Luocho didn't pay attention to it during this time. Whether it was when they were still in South America or during this short period of time when they returned, Yu Yi had completed a lot of transactions. However, they were all the voices of ordinary people who used their memories, talents, or health in exchange for something more important. Luocho hurriedly took a few glances, but there was nothing of interest. There was a knock on the door of the study. Yu Yi came in with a tray. There was a bowl of steaming hot food on it. Luocho smelled it, but did not see it, so he asked curiously, "What is this?" "I just made the dumplings today. I heard that there's a tradition of eating dumplings during Chinese New Year, just like eating turkey at Christmas." She placed the finished dumplings in front of Luocho, along with some fragrant vinegar. It seemed that he had done his homework in this regard. "Just made it?" Luocho looked at Yu Yi with some surprise. Yu Yi nodded and said, "I bought the materials in the afternoon, and then I thought that the master might come back, so I temporarily processed the fillings. Later, when I was making the dumpling skin, I sensed that Ms. Nero's black card had a change, so I went out." Yu Yi quickly explained Nero's matter from beginning to end. "Xianyuan Palace?" Luocho pondered for a moment, and then stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a rolled-up parchment fell into Luocho's palm. He opened the parchment and read it. It was the information about Xianyuan Palace, which Luocho bought directly from the altar at this moment. "It seems that I have to gradually start to deal with these organizations of transcendence." Luocho heaved a sigh of relief and put down the information scroll. In fact, it wasn't the first time he came into contact with a transcendent. However, he didn't really encounter the Xianyuan Palace and the Taoist Association. "Master, don't you like it?" Miss Maid suddenly said at this time. There was always a feeling that if he nodded, then Miss Maid's next sentence was likely to be, "Then erase them." Luocho shook his head. "That's not it." Luocho smiled and said, "Ordinary people have their admirable qualities. As for transcendents, they are also human, so there is no difference in essence. On the contrary, because the power is far beyond ordinary people, after experiencing things that ordinary people can't feel, it becomes more. And worth looking forward to? I think the master may think so." Yu Yi nodded. "So, regarding Miss Nero's commission, I chose to withdraw instead of doing it cleanly." I think in this case, Miss Nero should still have intersection with them in the future. Because there was already a contradictory relationship, when there was intersection in the future, there might be a need. It meant that there was business to do. You always do well. Luaccio smiled, then said softly, Come closer. Miss Maid, with some doubts, went around the desk at this time and came to Luaccio's side. Luaccio stood up, took a tissue from the desk, and gently wiped Yuye's face. The flower is stuck. Maybe it's because I was in a hurry. Yi said apologetically. I'm really sorry to let you see me sloppy. It's okay. Luaccio shook his head. And how should I put it? I feel a little cute. Maybe it's the contrast? But it's quite strange. Yi, who is almost perfect, shouldn't make such a small mistake? Or is it intentional? But Yi didn't see any abnormalities from the past at this time. Luaccio quickly put aside the little doubts in his heart. He sat down again and began to taste Yuye's dumplings. It should be said that Yuye's products must be the best, right? Although he had eaten the New Year's Eve dinner cooked by Master Song, he felt that he could still eat the dumplings of the middle taste. By the way, where is Teienzi? Luaccio asked while eating. He seems to be planning the New Year's event in the game world, right? Yi thought for a while and said, I heard that except for the boss of the New Year's special event, players are allowed to fight it. For this, it seems quite lively, those players. Last time it was a special plan for Christmas. This time it's a New Year's event. Luaccio smiled and said, Quite diligent. Then what about number 18 and Taisetsu? Are they okay? Yi said, Nothing special. Since number 18 chose her target, she has been dealing with a new target recently. In addition, Taisetsu was thrown into the dimensional crevice by number 17. She should be planning to let Taisetsu release Jean lose power through actual combat. Number 18. Seems like she is still playing the training game. Wang Yuechuan. Luaccio tapped his finger. How to say it, as a boss, it was necessary to be more concerned about the needs of the employees than the customers. So whatever number 17 wanted to do, Luaccio didn't stop him at all. Anyway, number 18 didn't violate any of the club's rules. And the dimensional crevice. Luaccio was somewhat interested in this. I went there not long ago and roughly understood the environment there. Master went to the dimensional crevice. Yi opened her mouth in surprise. Is it too reckless? Luaccio asked curiously. Too reckless. Yi stared at Luaccio, which was rare and even felt a little strict. Yi has already said that even if the master doesn't die, he doesn't want to see his body hurt and suffer pain. Sorry, I won't do it next time. Yi sighed and said, the dimensional crevice, when the previous boss was still alive, I accompanied him several times. In the dimensional crevice, there are a few who are on par with me, or even slightly better. Although they can't cause any harm to the master, they are relatively low. If the master moves inside, he needs to pay more, so there is no need to waste. And I can feel it too. Luaccio nodded. In the dimensional crevice, the transmission of power is slightly obstructed, but the impact is very small. Do I need to pay extra? I see. It seems that I really need to pay more attention next time. It's about an extra 10% or so. Yi thought for a while and said, I remember the previous boss mentioned this before. 10%? Luaccio was stunned and then said jokingly, it feels like it has become something like the exchange rate or the payment of import and export taxes. After all, the dimensional crevice is a no man's land outside the history of all the worlds. Strictly speaking, it is outside the main composition of the world, so it's considered an illegal area. Yi nodded. In other words, we are in a legal area. The club is within the law. Luaccio suddenly said. However, Yi suddenly stopped moving. Her eyes, expression, everything seemed to have stopped. Luaccio opened his mouth and then shook his head. A similar situation had happened before. It wasn't that she was being monitored, but that she was being rejected. But since she stopped at this place, It meant that her question had touched the edge, right? Illegal, legal, Submanager Araya, different sequence, worlds, composition inside and outside. After all, the dimensional crevice is a no man's land outside the history of all the worlds. Strictly speaking, it is outside the main composition of the world, so it's considered an illegal area. Yu Yi nodded. Then we really need to pay more attention. Luocio smiled slightly. Yu Yi asked curiously, Master, have you finished eating? She looked at the porcelain bowl on the table. It was basically finished by her master, but there seemed to be something wrong. She felt that she didn't see her master eat so much, and because the taste is too good, I unknowingly ate. Luocio stretched, stood up, and closed the account book on the table. Yu Yi asked softly, Master, are you going back? Yes. Luocio nodded. I haven't gone back for a while. Yu Yi was slightly surprised, then reacted, You mean, Miss Ren? You come too. Luocio nodded, reaching out his hand to Yu Yi. It was almost 12 o'clock at midnight. In a corner of the night, a hand raised and a knife fell, a hand knife. The person lurking in the dark was simply hit to the ground by a hand knife. But before he fell to the ground, he was supported by someone. It was Jessica who supported the unconscious lurker. As for the one who knocked him out, it was obviously his current master, Su Zijuan. After putting the unconscious guy aside, Jessica looked at Su Zijuan with confusion. Logically speaking, this lurker should be here to monitor something. But even so, he shouldn't have any relationship with them. She didn't understand Su Zijuan's intention. Su Zijuan looked at the villa not far away. That's my family's property. Some of my acquaintances live there. This guy is spying here. I don't like it. This made Jessica more confused. If so, shouldn't it be better to capture him and interrogate him by torture? Su Zijuan said, The guy who ambushed us here is a silver sword warrior. You could say that he's my retainer. So, your henchman lurked here to monitor your acquaintances who live in your family's property. Jessica just felt that the relationship was a bit complicated. Elder sister. However, in the darkness, a slightly agitated voice suddenly rang out. Jessica was shocked. She put on a defensive posture, but a shadow suddenly appeared in the dark at a speed that Jessica couldn't catch. It was a very handsome young man, but his face was a bit pale. Besides, his lips were thin and seemed to have a strange purple color. After this young man appeared, he looked very excited, but at least he didn't bring any threat. Moreover, he seemed to be her master's acquaintance. Elder sister was her master's younger brother? Ghost baby, why are you here? Su Zijuan frowned. Obviously, it was out of her expectation to meet Ghost baby here, but she wasn't too surprised. Ghost baby's origin was very special. It was a special ability of his race to detect aura. Even if she didn't pay attention, she would be detected. Master, Turtle asked me to go out and do something. I just came back, so I came here to check the situation. Ghost baby said directly, Here. Su Zijuan frowned. Since you know this place is under surveillance, why did you leave it here? Ghost baby said, Master Turtle said that since we know who sent the sentry, there's no need to alert the enemy. Anyway, if one sentry is sent here, there will be another sentry. Just do whatever you want. I think that old turtle is too lazy to do anything. Su Zijuan showed a look of disdain. Lin Sanjiu glanced at Ghost Baby and saw that he was holding something that looked like a document bag. She became curious. However, Ghost Baby was trying to hide the document bag as fast as he could, but he reacted quickly. Such an action would only make Su Zijuan more suspicious. According to Su Zijuan's character, she might give it to me. Sure enough, Su Zijuan gave the order without hesitation. Ghost Baby always followed Su Zijuan's order more than Chi-Chi Kamaya's, so he gave the document bag to Su Zijuan without hesitation. Master Turtle, I'm sorry. Seeing Ghost Baby's strange expression, Su Zijuan was more confused about the contents of the document bag. She opened the document bag and took out the things inside. It was a stack of photos. She frowned and looked at them. When did this old dirty turtle have such a hobby? They were pictures of little girls who were either angry, silent, or smiling. I can't comment on Master Turtle's hobby, sister. Ghost Baby lowered his head. Su Zijuan glanced at Ghost Baby suspiciously, then continued to stare at the photos. Suddenly she said, "Who is this little ghost? She feels so familiar. And I don't know why, but the more I look at her, the more angry I feel. Lord Long, I'm afraid I have to let you down. Actually, she is." At this moment, in the distant mountains of Mount Tai, a beam of light suddenly rushed into the night sky. Yen 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 yen. Chapter 10:27. Bring me the power bank. Oh, okay. Windchaser hurriedly took out what he needed from his backpack and handed it to Brother Mo Xiaofei with both hands. The reason why his reaction was a little slow was that he was too busy looking at the surrounding environment at this time. Inside a strange passage, after connecting the power bank, Mo Xiaofei continued to look at the screen projected from the small box he seized from Yunhui. Mo Xiaofei had been looking at this thing all along. Because Mo Xiaofei had never turned it off ever since he got it, the power was used up very quickly. Mainly because Yunhui wasn't here. Once it stopped, it was impossible to turn it on again. This was a place called Emperor's Cave Abode. It was said that this place was discovered by the Tao Association not long ago. Later, they cooperated with the members of the Demon Association to develop it. And during the process of development, it seemed that an unknown guy had obtained the most important treasure or something of the sort. Although he didn't know why Big Brother Mo Xiaofei wanted to come to this place on New Year's Eve, Zhuifeng felt excited. Zhuifeng didn't stay in the resting place at night, but went out to seek excitement or something. He often did this kind of thing in the past. Moreover, before entering this place, he casually beat up a few guys who were arranged to guard outside the Emperor's Cave Abode. However, after entering, Zhuifeng, who had been following Big Brother Mo Xiaofei all the way, was a little curious. Maybe he was more familiar with this place? For example, when they were passing through a passage a few minutes ago, he couldn't help but touch some strange patterns on the stone wall out of curiosity, and was stopped by Big Brother Mo Xiaofei. After that, Big Brother Mo Xiaofei directly demonstrated. It was actually a very dangerous mechanism trap. Sharp arrows suddenly shot out from the wall. It was said that the arrows were coated with a special pain. Even if it was a powerful warrior or a powerful monster, it would be very troublesome if they were to come into contact with the poison. Because most of the mechanisms in this place were coated with a kind of poison refined by an alchemist. However, it should be Big Brother's first time here. How did he know so clearly? Where did Yun Hui get the information on the box? Wind-chasing wolf didn't ask too much, because ever since they entered this place, Brother Mo Xiaofei's expression seemed to have turned solemn. "Big Brother, there's a sound in front." Zhuifeng's ears heard some soft sounds at this time, and hurriedly reminded him. Mo Xiaofei frowned. After glancing at Zhuifeng, he whispered, "Let's go and have a look." The structure of this monarch's immortal abode was extremely huge. It was impossible to imagine that there was such a huge building hidden within the mountain from the outside. In a spacious stone room, there were two men in their 30s talking about something. "No, I didn't find anything." One of the men sighed at this time. "It's finally our turn, but I'm afraid we won't even get to eat the leftovers. After all, we are just small shrimps. If there were any treasures left behind, they would have been discovered by the previous big shots." The other man said helplessly, "In the end, if there were any valuable treasures, it wouldn't be our turn now, right? It seems that it's a waste of effort to take advantage of the gap on New Year's Eve. If I knew this would happen, I would have attended the party held by the two big shots. I heard that the female demons of the Vermilion Bird clan are outstanding beauties. Humph! How can you become an immortal if your 6 senses are not pure?" The man who spoke first scolded directly. The one who was scolded said disapprovingly, "What's wrong with cultivating both inside and outside? Besides, the inner core of the demon clan is the most precious treasure. If the demon clan sincerely invests in it, your magic power will naturally increase greatly. Senior Brother's immortal abode also hides a few female demons to provide you with core essence every day, right? Besides, if your strength increases, you will have the right to speak in the Tao Association. It's much better than staying in this broken place. Who are you?" The two men's expressions suddenly became fierce. Although they called themselves small fries, in fact, they had to have a certain strength to be able to obtain approval to enter under the joint supervision of the two associations. One of the men waved the back of his hand, and a crescent-shaped ripple spread out. In the spacious stone chamber, the ripple seemed to have encountered something and slowed down a little. Then it continued to disperse to both sides. At this moment, at the place where the ripple slowed down, a figure gradually emerged. It was a little small and wore a long black robe with a white, mouthless mask on its face. Its appearance immediately made the two Taoists on guard. "Who are you? Only the two of us have been approved to enter today. Did you barge in without permission?" The voice of the mysterious person wearing the white, mouthless mask was somewhat low and hoarse. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It only sneered and said, "The current Tao world is really full of all kinds of scum. If word of you wanting to obtain the demon clan's inner core spreads out, I'm afraid both of you will lose your reputation, right?" The man then said, "Natural selection eliminates the weak and keeps the strong. Originally, we plunder the resources and spirit chi of heaven and earth to cultivate the Tao. If the demon clan is weak, why can't they provide us with cultivation resources? However, you are hiding your head and showing your tail. Your origin is unknown, and you barged into the immortal abode without permission. In my opinion, I'm afraid you are not a good person, right? Although the people in the Tao world have restrained themselves over the years, there's no lack of upright people among them. Sooner or later, there will be problems with scum like you. It's better to be crippled here." "What arrogance!" One of the Taoists snorted. At that moment, he formed a seal with his palm and stood in front of himself. Then his chest swelled and he blew out a breath of air forcefully. At the same time, a huge flame was blown out of this Taoist's mouth. Like a flaming gun, the raging flames instantly erupted. However, this uninvited guest ran at an extremely fast speed, easily dodging the flame that was sprayed at him. However, this flame followed closely as the Taoist's head swayed. This intruder moved vigorously and suddenly ran on the wall. Not only that, but it even ignored the effect of gravity and used the wall as a stepping board to easily jump onto the ceiling of the stone room. It continued to walk upside down, as if it was walking on flat ground. This was an extremely fast process. "Be careful." At that moment, the intruder was flipping in the air from top to bottom. Seeing that it was about to kick the Taoist, who was breathing fire, the Taoist companion quickly pushed him away and dodged the intruder's sudden attack. This kick landed directly on the hard floor and instantly shattered it. At that moment, the two Taoists were secretly alarmed. For Taoists who did not have body-strengthening Dharma spells, if they were hit by such an impact, they would be crippled even if they did not die. "How ruthless of you! In that case, don't blame us." The Taoist who was breathing fire now showed anger on his face. The intruder sneered and said, "That Tao fire of yours isn't that light either. Go to hell." At this moment, the Taoist behind shouted coldly and pressed both hands on the floor, shouting, "Earth incantation! Sudden stab!" Two sharp rocks directly shot out from under the intruder's feet, crisscrossing toward it, but it easily dodged. Its body flipped nimbly in the air, and it sneered, "So it's the scum of the 5 Elements sect. I don't want to waste time on you." It landed on the ground. However, the two Taoists had already attacked it with both hands. However, the moment the intruder landed on the ground, several black shadows on the floor quickly extended from under its feet. These shadows extended from the ground to the feet of the two Taoists in an instant and suddenly entangled their legs. In just a moment, the two Taoists were directly entangled. These shadows had unimaginable strength, which instantly entangled the two Taoists and made them unable to move. Go to see your ancestors. The intruder waved its hand at this moment. The shadows that entangled the two Taoists contracted instantly. Only the sound of bones breaking was heard, and the two Taoists' necks were twisted by the shadows at the same time. They fell to the ground, already dead. Seeing that the two Taoists had been dealt with, the intruder snorted lightly and took out a rolled-up animal skin. It opened this animal skin and looked at it with the help of the fire in the stone room. It whispered to itself, "The entrance, what the hell?" The intruder's tentacles seemed to be very sensitive. For example, at this moment, it sensed that someone was peeping here. From under its legs, the black shadow once again stretched out at an extremely fast speed, directly rushing towards the entrance of the stone room. At the entrance, there were two young men walking in. One was fearless with his hands behind his back, while the other was carrying a big backpack, looking confused and slow to react. At this moment, facing the shadow that was sneaking up on the floor, the young man with his hands behind his back seemed to be indifferent. He just snorted disdainfully, "Who are you?" However, what surprised him was that the intruder with the white mask, for some reason, stopped the shadow just as it was about to attack. The shadow quickly retreated back to the intruder's feet. "Oh!" The young man with his hands behind his back. Mo Xiaofei glanced at him with surprise, saying indifferently, "Why did you suddenly stop the attack?" The intruder said indifferently, "I just don't like these scums of the cultivation world. But I don't want to kill innocent people. I have no enmity with you. So why should I make you my enemy before I figure out the situation? So why did you come here?" "This is my place. Why can't I come here?" Mo Xiaofei suddenly said something that surprised both sides. Juefeng and the intruder looked at Mo Xiaofei in surprise. "You call yourself me?" The intruder was obviously stunned. Although the mask covered his true face, judging from his tone, it must be quite strange. Big Brother's illness has started again. Juefeng rubbed his forehead and muttered softly with a slight headache. The intruder suddenly laughed. The experts of the Tao world have confirmed that this is a secret cave abode of the great emperor of the East Mountain of Mount Tai. You call yourself me and say this place is yours. Could you be the great emperor of the East Mountain himself? Mo Xiaofei suddenly sneered. Experts of the Tao Association? The great emperor of the East Mountain's cave abode? There are actually people who believe such preposterous words. What do you mean? The intruder's voice sounded even lower. Unexpectedly, Juefeng's shadow suddenly flashed and instantly appeared in front of the intruder. This super speed shocked the intruder. While looking at Juefeng in surprise, he quickly retreated a few steps and put on a defensive posture. "I don't mean any harm." Wind-chasing wolf waved his hands, looking clumsy. The intruder obviously did not let down his guard because of Juefeng's words. Juefeng lowered his voice and whispered, "Don't mind him. My big brother's brain has been a little abnormal recently." Well, the intruder was silent but still did not let down his guard. Windchaser suddenly said, "By the way, have I seen you somewhere before? You seem familiar. I think I've seen you somewhere before." However, at that moment, the sound of footsteps and someone's voice came from outside. It seemed to be the patrol team in this cave residence. Mo Xiaofei and Juefeng knocked out the guards outside and came in, but they didn't know if there was anyone else in the cave residence. For example, the dead Taoist and the intruder were out of the expectation of Mo Xiaofei and Juefeng. "This is not a place for you to come in. If there's nothing else, leave quickly." It sounded like a piece of advice. When Juefeng turned around, the mysterious intruder had disappeared in front of him. "I really feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Juefeng lowered his head and pondered. That vaguely familiar feeling. However, Mo Xiaofei had already walked over. under the astonished gaze of Juefeng. Mo Xiaofei didn't avoid at all, but walked straight towards a wall in the stone room. They were about to bump into each other. "Big brother!" But when Juefeng was about to say something, Mo Xiaofei waved his arm gently. Something magical happened. The thick wall cracked from the middle and closed to both sides. Mo Xiaofei didn't say anything, but walked straight into it. "Big brother, wait for me." Juefeng didn't have time to think about the familiarity of the intruder and hurriedly followed him. "But Big brother said this is his place, is it true?" Songda and Song Sen both had the same expression. According to Song Sen, the place where they were now was the entrance to the legendary cave residence after he asked a Taoist in Crouching Dragon Villa. However, this important place was totally different from what they had imagined. It was just an inconspicuous hole. However, in front of this hole, there are 4 guys in different Taoist robes lying. They weren't dead, but just passed out. Well, it seems they were knocked out, although I don't know what happened. But anyway, let's pick up the equipment first. Song Sen suddenly suggested. Chapter 10:28. Essentials of 6 Ding and 6 Jia fighting gods. 36 Tiangang sword seal. Dragon Yang Yin evil spirit scripture. Songda and Song Sen found several strange scriptures from the bodies of the Taoists who were lying in front of the cave. They didn't leave out anything similar to magic tools. It wasn't because they didn't know the real situation of these Taoists, so they just wanted to rob them and didn't intend to kill them. Of course, for Songda and Song San, they were no longer the little novice monks on Shaoshi Mountain. They had fallen into the mortal world for more than 20 years and had already violated the Buddhist rules and precepts over and over again. For example, greed. Not satisfied with these Taoist scriptures and suspected magic tools, they resolutely sneaked into the cave after less than a minute of discussion. Anyway, from the situation of the cave, it seemed that someone was exploring ahead. Although the 2 of them were nothing but weaklings in front of these Taoists, following behind this mysterious wasteland reclamation team, and picking up some leftovers would be enough for them, as martial artists who had no idea what to do, to live a comfortable life. Quit while you're ahead. Damn it. Over there. Seems to be going there. After entering the cave, it was a very complicated place, like a maze. But after all, the 2 were also martial artists and their eyes and ears were smart, so they vaguely heard some angry roars. According to the information they had, it seemed that the intruders and the guards had already confronted each other, and now there was a chase in this cave. It seemed that because of this, no one paid attention to Songda and Songsan, because there was no fluctuation of magic power and demon power. Fortunately, not only did they avoid being discovered by the cave's guards, Songda and Song-san didn't even trigger any traps in the passageway. This was because along the way there were signs such as "there is a trap here," and below the signs there were even words such as "Taoist Priest XX discovered." It seemed that they were specially left for the people who applied to enter the cave later, something like a warning sign for tourists in tourist areas. There's also one here. Song San's eyes were shining at this time, and saw that in a spacious stone room there were 2 Taoists lying there. They're already dead. Songda carefully went forward to check and found that the 2 Taoists had died because their necks were twisted. The 2 of them looked at each other. Without saying anything, Song Sen dragged the corpses of the 2 Taoists to a corner to take advantage of the heat. No, to take advantage of the opportunity to pick up the items again. Songda, on the other hand, stood at the entrance to watch the wind. 5 elements secret method. True fire technique, 5 elements secret method. Earth congealing technique, bedroom technique. There were also a number of strange objects and 2 wallets. There was no limit to greed. After obtaining several scriptures too smoothly, Song Sen had already unlocked the mechanism in his body. He looked up excitedly. Ada, let's change locations and continue. Adada? At this time, Songda was retreating step by step, and in front of Songda there was a mysterious guy who was a little thin but wearing a white mask. The masked man walked in step by step. At this time, Songda retreated to Song San's side with a dignified expression. He whispered quickly, "This guy may be the intruder who broke into the cave before us." After all, if he was the patrolling guard of the cave, such a disguise was too strange, Senior. The two of us only entered this cave out of curiosity. These things were also picked up. If you are interested, take it as a gift from us two brothers. Songda knew how to read the situation. They were the kind of people who would die if they met anyone here. Although the treasures were good, they needed to be alive to enjoy them. Although Song Sen was reluctant, he still put down the things he picked up slowly on the ground, and then raised his hands obediently. He said, "I didn't hide anything. If you don't believe me, I can take off my clothes." The masked man just casually glanced at Songda and Song San, and then looked at the opened animal skin in his hand. Faintly, the two brothers seemed to hear the whispers of the other party. "Strange, we still came back here. Where did those two guys go? Could it be those two fellows?" "Who are those two fellows?" Songda and Song Sen looked at each other and felt that the other party didn't seem to care about them. So they lightened their steps, stuck to the wall, and slowly walked towards the exit. "Stop!" Unexpectedly, the masked man suddenly shouted in a deep voice. Songda and Song Sen suddenly stopped and raised their hands and said in unison, "We didn't move! We didn't move! We really didn't move!" "Who are you?" Song San said, "We are the blind man's followers. We were bored tonight, so we came out for a walk and accidentally broke into this place. We didn't know that Senior was fighting a dungeon. No, investigating. So, if we offended you, please forgive us. End of report." "Blind man? Who's the blind man?" The masked man asked curiously. Songda quickly said, "They all called the blind man Qing Xiazi." "Qing Xiazi?" The masked man was obviously stunned and said in disbelief, "It's actually him, the previous successor of the cloth sect, the great sinner Qing Xiazi." F***CK. Does your mother know that blind man is so F***king awesome? What the hell is a great sinner? I just wanted to use you to see if you have any friends in the Jianghu to get some face recognition. "Senior, please spare us." Song Sen quickly said, "We were really just passing by. We didn't know the blind man's identity. We were just hired by him." "Humph." The masked man snorted. "Seeing the two of you looting the corpses, I don't think you are good people. I can't let you live." Tonight he hid his identity and took advantage of the Kuan Pung Villa and Crouching Dragon Villa's social gathering to come here secretly. He didn't want anyone to find out about his whereabouts. But at this moment, Song Sen suddenly waved his hand, and a thick cloud of smoke came out from his sleeves, filling the surrounding space. "Ada! Wind tight! Retreat! You don't know what's good for you." The masked man shouted coldly, and with a step, several slender shadows suddenly shot out from the ground. Songda and Song Sen couldn't see the shadows for a moment. But even if they saw them, they wouldn't care, because the two of them were running toward the exit. Even if the shadow behind them was a missile, they wouldn't care so much. Running away was the right thing to do. However, what made the two of them cry out in their hearts again was that when they were about to rush out of the exit, a strange force suddenly knocked the two of them back into the stone room. The huge force made Songda and Song San fly back into the stone room and hit the wall directly. The two of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time and fell to the ground. Songda practiced thwart training, so his resistance was strong, and he was able to get up with some difficulty. Song Sen was really unable to move. He fell to the ground, and it was very difficult for him to move. As for the masked man's shadow, it seemed to be blocked by something and couldn't move half an inch. The masked man waved his hand at this time, and the shadow on the ground quickly returned to his body. At the same time he was on alert. At the entrance, a figure slowly walked in. Songda touched the blood on his mouth, glanced at it, and found that the intruder was also a guy wearing a mask, a very thick bronze mask. Not only that, the guy with the bronze mask was holding a slender iron chain in his hand. This iron chain was like a spirit snake, bending like a living thing and kept swinging, and this iron chain tied different people one after another. Song recognized some of them, who were obviously the Taoists he and Song Sen picked up at the entrance of the cave. Some of them, he didn't know, seemed to be the guards patrolling in the cave residence. In addition, there were two young people who didn't seem to be Taoists. It seems that it's very lively here tonight. The mysterious man with the bronze mask looked around the stone room, and finally his eyes fell on the masked man without a mouth, and suddenly said, "The power of shadow? What a rare guest. You should be from the Plateau Greedy Wolf clan, right? There are not many Greedy Wolf clan members in this Punglai meeting of Mount Tai. The power of shadow belongs to a relatively advanced inheritance of the Greedy Wolf clan. Well, are you a wolf guard of the Greedy Wolf clan, or the young master of this generation? Who are you?" The masked man with a deep voice at this time. "I'm just a dying man." The man with the bronze mask said indifferently, "But before dying, I want to do something else." "Is that so?" The masked man seemed to be thinking. Just at the moment when he was thinking, dozens of shadows suddenly stretched out from under his feet, like a blooming black lotus. The man with the bronze mask shook his head and turned his palm, and a row of strange black long needles appeared in his palm. These long needles were shot out from the palm of the man with the bronze mask, and all of them were nailed on the shadows that flew out. These long black needles seemed to have a special power. After nailing the shadows tightly, the shadows were directly imprisoned in place and couldn't move. At the same time, the man with the bronze mask suddenly opened his palm, and a thunderbolt shot out from his palm. The thunderbolt scattered in the air and fell on these long needles, respectively. Chi-chi, the sound of the thunderbolt running. All the scattered thunderbolts at this time turned into shadows and finally gathered on the masked man's body. The sound of pain. After suffering the power of the thunderbolt joint attack, the masked man almost collapsed to the ground at once. The man with the bronze mask coughed several times at this time and seemed to be a little unstable, but the man with the bronze mask seemed to recover quickly. He waved his hand holding the iron chain. An end of the iron chain suddenly shot out, rolled on the masked man's body, and tied him up completely. The masked man struggled hard for a while, but he couldn't get rid of it for a while. The man with the bronze mask said in a hoarse voice, "This spiritual lock is made of the first mountain copper of Mount Taishan, and then injected with the remnant soul of the East Sea flood dragon. You can't get rid of it, so give up." The masked man struggled for a few more times and finally fell silent. "You may be very unwilling." The man with the bronze mask shook his head and said, "In terms of strength, maybe I'm about the same as you, but I know how to calculate. Any attack, if you can calculate the trajectory, there is a way to crack it, unless it's too strong for me to react. Forget it." The man with the bronze mask shook his head again, dragging the chain behind him, and slowly walked into the stone room. "I don't have much time. I plan to go out to find more sacrifices, but my luck seems to be good. I think I don't need to find more. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat you can count it in." The iron chain that tied the masked man shot out again, quickly rolled on the bodies of Songda and Songsan, and then pulled them to the side of the man with the bronze mask. Well, at this time the man with the bronze mask found a piece of animal skin on the ground, which was dropped by the masked man after he was injured. When the man with the bronze mask picked up the animal skin, the masked man struggled for a few more times, but it was still in vain. At this time the man with the bronze mask raised the animal skin and looked at it. After a few glances, the man with the bronze mask suddenly stretched out his palm and began to pinch his fingers, and his voice was a little excited. "Where did you get this map?" The masked man snorted and turned his head. "Didn't you say I can't figure it out?" The man with the bronze mask snorted and sat directly on the ground. Then he took out a small turtle shell from his arms and took out a handful of copper coins and sprinkled them into the turtle shell. He shook the turtle shell to let the copper coins pour out. But soon he picked up the copper coins again and sprinkled them into the turtle shell again and continued to shake and pour them out, and so on, as if he was caught in some kind of magic disease. After a long time, the man with the bronze mask suddenly covered his chest and seemed to spit out a mouthful of blood. Blood slowly oozed out from under his mask. Even the heavens can't figure it out. The man with the bronze mask pressed his hands on the animal skin map and looked at it over and over again, muttering to himself, "Although I can't figure out its origin, this map. I see. God helps me. God helps me. Ha 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 ha. This is the entrance to Peng Lai. Ha 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 ha." Song Da, Song San, and even the masked man didn't know what happened after that, because they gradually lost their consciousness at this time. To Zhu Feng's surprise, after he followed his brother into the tunnel, the place he entered was not a place full of traps as he imagined. In fact, it was wide and open in front of him. There was sky and earth, and the breeze was blowing gently. The surroundings were green mountains, clear water, and dense fog, just like a fairyland. Zhu Feng looked back at the road they came from. It was a dark tunnel, but they had passed through it a long time ago. At this time, the entrance of the tunnel was slowly closing. At the same time, Zhu Feng only felt that his body became very light after coming to the strange place, as if he could directly float with a light step. The place where he and brother Mo Xiaofei were sitting at this time was a lush peach forest. "Didn't we enter the cave? Why can we see the sky here?" Zhu Feng couldn't help but ask in confusion. And Mo Xiaofei was walking slowly with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly he walked to a peach blossom tree and reached out to touch the peach blossom branches. He said indifferently, in modern terms and in terms that you can understand, "This is a subspace." Zhu Feng, well, he didn't understand. Chapter 10:29. The Peng Lai Conference was a major event that happened once every 10 years in the Tao world and the demon world. Every time it happened, there would be many guests from the two realms, each of whom was an outstanding figure from their respective birthplaces or sections. It was not an exaggeration to say that more than half of the transcendents in Kelowna were gathered here. Compared to this, the annual New Year's Eve seemed more ordinary. Of course, it was still one of the most important days of the year after all. The Tao Demon Gala that was held at the last minute under the lead of the Administrative Bureau was rather impressive. Of course, the agency had organized this banquet to ease the tension between the Tao world and the demon world. After all, after the establishment of the new nation, that great man had signed an agreement with the two realms. That agreement was strangely binding, and there would be serious consequences if it was violated. Of course, there were only a few who knew what the consequences would be, even though most of the transcendents in the land of divine lands were gathered here. During the banquet, the agency was arranging a variety of performances for the guests from various realms. Of course, for these transcendents, the performances of ordinary people were not easy to understand. Therefore, every performer belonged to the concept of inhuman. This banquet had probably been planned a long time ago. Otherwise, they would not have been so thorough in such a short time. Even so, the atmosphere was rather cold. At this moment, in the room, a few important members of the agency were frowning. Among them was Captain Ling Feng, who was in charge of the Crouching Dragon Villa's security project. The few present were actually all captains of the agency. As expected, he's not coming. Consultant Ling Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Although they were mentally prepared, the agency's most senior consultant did not give them any face. This made the captains feel rather uncomfortable. Of course, Long Shirwa was invited this time. However, the agency's intentions had probably been seen through long ago. Therefore, it was not surprising that Kelowna's Shinryu did not attend. Ling Feng lit a cigarette in frustration. Of course, the group of captains had not gathered here to play Fight the Landlord or Golden Flower, but because of another sudden incident. More than 2 hours ago, there was a suspected incident of inhuman destruction in a small town at the foot of Mount Tai. According to the information sent back by the Bureau, the battle did not last long, and the number of casualties was not high. However, there were still 3 people who died, and it was a family of 3. Although for the administration, the number of deaths when encountering Taoists who had gone mad or rioting demons all year round was far more than this number, for the common people, such a tragedy was very serious, and it happened on the night of such an important festival. The emergency plan had been activated, and the higher-ups had given the order to erase the influence. However, because there was a live broadcast of a large-scale gala in the nation's capital tonight, and because there was a New Year's speech tomorrow, some of the people from the administration had been temporarily transferred back to protect the safety of the country's big shots. Therefore, during this period of time, the administration seemed to be a little understaffed in Mount Tai. Anyway, let's use the car accident as an excuse to cover it up. As for the media, let the local publicity department give the order, right? Let those civil servants who eat the government's food and don't work cancel their leave. A female captain said in an imposing manner, "There's no need to discuss this here. The key is to find out the background of the 2 sides of this battle." Another captain said, "The Kuan Pung Villa that I'm in charge of has no record of demons entering or leaving at night." Ling Fong also frowned and said, "There's nothing particularly suspicious in the Crouching Dragon Villa. In other words, it's someone who is not on the registration list? Unknown background, unknown motive. However, one thing is for sure, at least one side is rational." Ling Fong muttered, "According to the report, there was a sudden thick fog, and many people fell into a coma. Regarding the appearance of the thick fog, it has been temporarily dealt with by the accident of chemicals, but many residents rushed to the hospital overnight. The traffic in the town is now chaotic again. There are so many troublesome things." At the end of his sentence, Captain Ling Fong was already biting his cigarette while scratching his hair. In the end, he simply collapsed on the sofa. Using the thick fog to cover it up means that the other side at least knows the agreement and does not dare to easily expose themselves in front of the residents. This is considered to be moderation, or the type that does not kill indiscriminately. That female captain frowned and said, "There's a possibility of rational negotiation. Could it be related to the recent mysterious disappearances of members from both the Tao world and the demon world?" A 4-eyed captain suddenly said. Captain Ling Fong turned his head. "Speaking of which, how many disappearances have been recorded?" The 4-eyed captain pushed up his glasses and said, "A total of 187 people from the Tao Association. As for the Kuan Pung Villa, a total of 217 demons have gone missing." "There are actually so many." Captain Ling Fong sat up in surprise and said in shock, "Didn't this just happen a few days ago?" The 4-eyed captain said solemnly, "To be exact, this was discovered a few days ago. I'm afraid the official start was 2 months ago." 2 months ago, when the first batch of guests arrived. The female captain said in shock, "Why did we only find out now?" The 4-eyed captain said, "On one hand, it's because these Taoists or demons are very undisciplined and difficult to manage. On the other hand, Taoists and monsters often went into closed-door training once they started cultivating. They often didn't show up for several months. After Momo's incident, both sides consciously counted the number of people and found that a lot of people were missing. In addition, there might be a lot of people who fought under the edict and killed each other in private. It's just that we can't distinguish who is truly missing and who died due to internal strife. We don't know where they died, but we can't find their bodies. Did you find the body of a White Tiger clan member yesterday?" Captain Ling Fong looked at the captain in charge of the Kuan Pung Villa and asked. "Yes, the identity has been verified. It's Huang Baifu's follower. You know what kind of person this White Tiger young master is. If we don't give him an explanation, I'm afraid he will dare to run to the capital and destroy our headquarters." The captain in charge of the Kuan Pung Villa sighed and said, "However, I feel that the murder might not be directly related to the disappearances. The female captain was puzzled. Why do you say that? The four-eyed captain said, It's very simple. We have been unable to find the missing people for a long time. Even their bodies have disappeared. It's like they have disappeared from the world. But this time, they just left the bodies at the scene. Maybe they didn't have enough time to deal with it? Ling Feng frowned. The four-eyed captain said, There have been so many disappearances, but I've never seen anyone who didn't have enough time to deal with it. If there's a conspiracy behind the disappearances, don't you think it's very stupid to leave the bodies behind? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. At this time, a young man came in with several cups of water on a tray and distributed them in front of several captains. Lin Feng casually picked up a glass of water and took a sip before casually asking, What's the situation outside? The young man lowered his head and said, It's not good. Both sides started to blame each other because of the edict incident and the recent disappearances. But the big figures of both sides are present, so they can barely control the situation. Well, for the time being, they are still in the stage of cynicism. Got it. Captain Ling Feng shook his head at this time, then waved his hand and said, You go out and continue to watch. If there's any movement, report to me immediately. Okay. The young man nodded, then turned and left. However, when the youth turned around to leave, Captain Ling Feng suddenly spat out the water he had just drunk. At the same time, the female captain and the captain in charge of the Kuan Peng Villa suddenly moved. The two were extremely fast. The female captain conjured a short sword that was about the length of an arm. Like a flash of lightning, she appeared behind the young man and placed the short sword on the young man's neck. On the other side, the captain in charge of the Kuan Peng Villa had moved to the other side of the young man. He raised a strange black pistol and put it on the young man's head. The two said in unison, Don't move. These captains weren't ordinary people. Originally, ordinary people, even well-trained special forces, couldn't take the position of a captain in the administration. After all, the subordinates in the administration were sent from various sects and the monster clan. Therefore, there was a reverse operation. That was, the country sent people to various sects and even the monster clan that needed to be trained. The captains were the elites who came from different places. At this time, the young man who was threatened by the two captains didn't panic. He just stopped. Captain Ling Feng stood up and snorted, Who are you? What's your purpose of sneaking in here? You'd better tell the truth or else. I'm more curious, how did you find me? The young man slowly turned around, not caring about the short swords and guns of the two captains. It was a very ordinary face, a common face. The young man smiled slightly. Did I reveal any flaws? Very simple, because I asked for cola. Captain Ling Feng said coldly. As for the other drinks they asked for, we said to bring some drinks back, not some water. If you are in person, you should know what we need. So this is the reason. The young man was slightly stunned at this time, then sighed and said helplessly, Actually, if possible, I don't want to use force. You have to be able to move first. The female captain sneered at this time, and the short sword in her hand had already pressed lightly on the young man's neck. This short sword was quite sharp. Just by pressing it, it had already cut the young man's skin. But the young man still didn't move. He just lowered his head and slowly blew out a breath. Answer the question, don't waste time. Captain Ling Feng took a step forward. However, at this moment, Captain Ling Feng's face changed greatly, because in front of his eyes, the young man's body suddenly split open. From the split body, the young man's flesh and blood were like a mixture of sodium decanoate solution and concentrated hydrogen peroxide solution. The flesh and blood swelled and crazily squeezed out and poured onto his body in an instant. What's this thing? Captain Ling Feng was greatly shocked, constantly struggling and waving his fists crazily. At the same time, the other two captains who were responsible for controlling the young man also attacked in horror, and the four-eyed captain who was sitting down was now painfully grabbing his neck. as if he was being strangled by something. "Monster, go away! Don't come over, damn it! Guards, help! Help! The blood demon has been reborn." That was the most powerful, most terrifying and dangerous enemy that these captains had ever encountered. But in fact, the room was very weird at this time, because the young man didn't move at all, but the 4 captains became abnormal at this time. In the end, the 4 captains were exhausted and fainted on the ground one after another. The young man glanced around at this time, whispering, "After all, it's just a quick product." The state of mind is indeed the biggest weakness. After that, the young man directly walked to the table where the captains were discussing, taking the documents on the table and reading them. At the same time, wisps of smoke suddenly dispersed from the young man's body, dissipating. She had already recovered her original appearance. White clothes and a cold face, like a fairy from Guanghan. It was Qin Chiyu. After disappearing for so many years, what's behind this? She lowered her head, seeming to be pondering about something, muttering to herself, 500 years! After waking up this time, I still can't do anything. Master. Although the actors on the stage worked very hard and the performance was far more exciting than that of the gala in the distant capital, the audience below the stage obviously didn't pay attention to it. Lai Kaisheng was the 3rd leader of the Tao Association. Although he was young, he had already gained the trust of all parties since he took the position. Moreover, he eliminated the influence of the cloth Tao sects Qin Xiazi and could be said to be a genius in the Tao world. However, at this time he didn't make a sound. Instead, he silently watched the people from both sides exchange words at the banquet. However, if he didn't do anything, this war of words would probably escalate into a fight. Demons didn't care about being quiet and inactive. What are the president and Uncle Master doing now? Lai Kaisheng folded his fingers under the table and slowly started to count. After a while, Miss Gong walked quickly to Lai Caisheng's side and whispered in his ear, "Gong Sun Shiyu is back. Something seems to have happened." Chapter 1030. She had long blonde hair, the clothes of a Western maid, and the strange but terrifyingly powerful black flames that she used. She was also beautiful beyond compare. In the room where Gong Sun Shui and Gong Sun Shiu met, Lai Kaisheng took out a deck of cards according to Gong Sun Shui's description. He drew and flipped the cards, but after flipping the cards, Lai Kaisheng put them aside as if he didn't get what he wanted. Therefore, there was no such thing as divine lottery. Lai Kaisheng didn't stop until the entire deck of cards had been drawn. At the same time, he met the gazes of the crowd. "No, I can't." Lai Kaisheng shook his head. This surprised Gong Sun Shiyu. He couldn't help but frown. Gong Sun Shui was shocked. "There's something that the plainclothes sect doesn't know?" Lai Kaisheng said calmly, "Everything about the future or the unknown isn't created out of thin air. This world is an interconnected and independent entity. Everything is connected by threads that mortals can't see. And we can only find what we want to find by touching these lines. But if there's no thread leading to the destination, we can't do anything." "You mean this woman might not have such a thread?" Gong Sun Shiyu suddenly asked. Lai Kaisheng said calmly, "It doesn't mean there isn't one. It's also possible that the information you provided isn't enough for the thread to appear. But since even I can't find this person, it proves one thing." "Speak." Gong Sun Shiyu was straightforward. Lai Kaisheng said seriously, "This person might have the power to resist fate. According to what you said, even if you summoned the Xianyuan sword, you couldn't resist the black flames. Instead, the sword light was corroded and disappeared. Then this flame might be something on the same level as Kelowna's Xianyuan sword." Gong Sun Shui was shocked. "On the same level as Xianyuan sword?" Xianyuan sword is a divine sword forged by the ancient Yellow Emperor with the power of will of all living beings. There's something on the same level as it in the world? Lai Kaisheng said slowly, "In ancient times before Taoism and demons declined, Kelowna was at the peak of her transcendence. For example, Xia Yu's Jiuzhou cauldron might be less famous than Kelowna's Shenyuan sword. But in terms of power, don't you think it's weaker? The 9 cauldrons are only legends. No one has ever seen them. Gongsun Jishui shook his head. Lai Kaixing said indifferently, for mortals, the Shenyuan sword is just an ancient legend. The ancient Kelowna is full of secrets, and the overall structure of this world is even more profound than Kelowna. We are just frogs at the bottom of the well. Brother Shui, don't let weakness limit our imagination. Thinking back, he couldn't withstand a single blow from that woman and lost consciousness. Even the battle soul he inherited from his clan was erased by her. Gongsun Jishui's expression became somewhat unsightly. Sure enough, he was really weak. Since ancient times, in front of the power of Taoism and demons, humans have always been the weak side. Gongsun Shiyu said calmly. But for countless years, why has the human race been able to establish itself? It's because the human race has limitless possibilities. Being weak doesn't mean we're useless. Our ancestors walked out from the weakest position and gradually grew stronger. They never gave up because of 1 or 2 failures. Gongsun Jishui sighed. Feeling somewhat ashamed, the person who suffered the greatest blow should be his young master Gongsun Shiyu. Gongsun Shiyu, who had obtained part of the Yellow Emperor's power and the ability to summon Kelowna's Shenyuan sword, but in a single battle, all of his pride was shattered. Gongsun Shiyu had never let out such a wild laugh before. It's rare for Brother Shiyu to be able to see through me. Lai Kaixing smiled slightly, revealing a gratified expression. Gongsun Shiyu frowned and said calmly, "Let's not talk about this woman for now. I just want to know if you'll be affected by the fact that the thing you requested was not found." Lai Kaixing was silent for a while before he said slowly, "The sacrificial ceremony is at the end of the conference, so there's still plenty of time. Nobody knows what will happen until the last moment. I can't give you a definite answer now." Gongsun Shiyu said, "My sword light has been destroyed, so it will take some time to gather it again. Shirsui's fighting soul has also been erased, so he needs to return to the clan to inherit a new fighting soul. During this time, I might not be able to provide you with much help. I heard that there have been many cases of missing people in the Tao world and the demon world recently. This is very strange, so you'd better pay attention to it." Lai Kaixing nodded and said, "It seems that Brother Shiyu is still very concerned about the outside world." Gongsun Shiyu said calmly, "It's just a coincidence that there's someone in the clan who works in the administration." Lai Kaixing suddenly asked, "Has that Lord Shinryu really come to Mount Tai?" Gongsun Shiyu frowned and said, "Why do you ask?" Lai Kaixing said slowly, "I'm just curious. After all, before this, Shinryu, the administration, and the Shenyuan Palace have jointly issued a statement. Even so, we haven't seen Shinryu appear during this time. I heard that Shinryu doesn't care much about the Penglai conference and has a record of being absent many times. However, as long as he is present, he will show his divinity in front of people. This time, it seems that he is more or less avoiding meeting." "Before coming to see you, I've already met her," Gongsun Shiyu said calmly. "This should dispel your doubts, right?" Lai Kaixing smiled. "Since it's Brother Shiyu, there's no problem. In that case, I'll have to trouble the 2 of you tonight. Don't worry, I've already instructed people to prepare a place to rest. There's no need." Gongsun Shiyu interrupted directly. "The Shenyuan Palace also has many properties outside. There's no need to trouble the Tao Association. I've already said what needs to be said. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After all, there are too many people here. I don't want to create unnecessary trouble and make people think that the Shenyuan Palace has some unspeakable secret with you. Miss Gong, then I'll have to trouble you to send Brother Shiyu and Brother Shui away." Lai Kaixing didn't force her to stay. He looked at the time and casually ordered. But at this moment, a hurried voice suddenly came from outside the door. Representative Lai, please Please take a look." The person in front of her was in a panic. Miss Gong instantly thought that it was the Taoist demon at the banquet. The two sides were finally not satisfied with the exchange of words and really escalated into a violent incident. However, the informant rushed directly into the room at this time. He walked to the window and suddenly opened the closed curtains. The moment the curtains were opened, they saw an extremely dazzling beam of light shooting out from the depths of Mount Tai under the night sky. This startled Lai Kai-shing and Gong Sun Shiu. They both frowned and looked solemn. Like the light reflected from the water, the blazing white light still rippled on their faces even though it passed through the glass. "What the hell is going on?" Lai Kai-shing looked at the time again. It was midnight. It was almost midnight. On a high tower in the banquet area, a white figure flashed and finally stopped here. Her cold face was facing the direction of the beam of light. Qin Chiu looked at the appearance of the beam of light in puzzlement, thinking, "This is spiritual energy? It's actually such a huge spiritual energy light. Is there a divine object in the world? Or..." Qin Chiu quickly glanced down at the people from both the Taoist and demon sides. These guys were all attracted by the magical beam of light and instantly quieted down. At this moment, Qin Chiu floated towards the direction of the beam of light. Almost at the same time, in a quiet room in the exclusive courtyard of the cloth sect in Wulong Mountain Villa, the 100 Tribulation Taoist slowly opened his eyes. Midnight, the moment when the sun and the moon interchanged, was coming. Mr. Blind, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, also opened his eyes. His pair of cloudy white eyes seemed to be about to burst out of their sockets. A large number of blood vessels appeared around his eyes, almost covering his entire face. It was ferocious and terrifying. The precious items that were placed beside Mr. Blind to provide him with inspiration also began to tremble at this moment. Inside the quiet room, a swirling airflow suddenly appeared. Those precious objects directly broke into pieces at this moment, turning into specks of spiritual light. The rotating airflow gathered them and brought them into Mr. Blind's body. Mr. Blind's expression was extremely painful at this moment. Blood oozed out from both of his eyes at the same time. His hair suddenly grew long, and a murderous aura turned into a flame, rising from his body and turning into a shadow like a demon. "Quick!" Mr. Blind spat out a word at this moment. It seemed that he could only say this word reluctantly. Seeing this, 100 Tribulations Taoist decisively made different hand gestures in front of him. His magic power surged and formed a huge yin and yang fish pattern around Mr. Blind. The yin-yang fish spun rapidly, and the demonic shadow formed by the fiendish aura gradually calmed down. As if it was unwilling to give up, a mournful howl of the wind rang out in the room at the end. When the yin and yang fish stopped spinning, Mr. Blind suddenly fell to the ground as if he had lost all his strength. The 100 Tribulation Taoist hurriedly helped him up and put one hand on Mr. Blind's back to transfer some spiritual energy to him. That was close. You almost became the incarnation of Tai Sui, a murderous spirit. If you couldn't survive it, I could only... It said that fortune comes from danger. Mr. Blind turned over, his face full of weakness. At the moment when the year changes, the heaven and earth will stop for a moment, and it's also the easiest time for external evil to invade. I use Tai Sui as a substitute to peep into the mystery of heaven and earth, and the great Tao will only regard me as Tai Sui. What's the result? The 100 Tribulation Taoist naturally understood the danger, but he was more concerned about the result of this divination. He couldn't let this divination be in vain. The revival of spiritual energy, the great change of the heaven and earth, is it a blessing or a curse? Unknown. I see war. War? The 100 Tribulation Taoist's expression changed slightly, and when he was about to ask more, Mr. Blind directly passed out due to exhaustion. At this moment, a spiritual light penetrated through the wall of the quiet room and fell beside the 100 Tribulation Taoist, turning into a yellow talisman. A voice-transmitting talisman. The 100 Tribulation Taoist frowned, took the talisman, and stuck it on his forehead. Suddenly, the 100 Tribulation Taoist rushed out of the quiet room and raised his head to look at the night sky. It was a huge light column that shot up to the sky. The revival of spiritual energy. The revival of spiritual energy. The 100 Tribulation Taoist's eyes were completely opened, and his face was terrifyingly dark, the great change of the heaven and earth. Near Mount Tai, the people watching TV or accompanying their families on New Year's Eve were also attracted by the light that penetrated through the window. They walked to the window and looked at the sky. The pedestrians on the road did the same. They all stopped, talked, and held up their mobile phones to take pictures. Then, UFO. Maybe a laser? Something like the light of Jesus? Or something like an optical experiment? Which fellow Taoist is going through the tribulation here? So the scene began to spread crazily on the biggest social media platforms on the internet, and a large number of comments and bullet screens filled the screen. There were even live broadcasters broadcasting live. The speed of spreading was comparable to the speed of light. The netizens in China were paying attention to it all the time. It can't be that aliens are attacking the Earth, right? Ren Xiling muttered casually, and then picked up the glass of red wine on the tea table and took a sip. There were some cheese, black currants, biscuits, and potato chips on the tea table. As for the red wine, it was sent by a customer. Before this, Ren Xiling had drunk a whole bottle by herself. Her face was red, and her eyes gradually became hazy. Although Lizzie and Ma Hout had invited her to dinner, she chose to stay at home in the end. She sat on the carpet on the floor, leaning against the sofa, with a laptop on her legs and a somewhat full ashtray on the carpet next to her. Just like this night. From 7:00 in the evening to now, it was already past midnight. From last year to this year, from 29 to 30 years old, Ren Xiling toasted herself again. Brat, not even a text message, burp. Her eyes became a little heavy, probably due to the effect of alcohol. The red wine was really strong. Ren Xiling slowly closed her eyes, and her body fell to one side. So sleepy, I'll lie on the floor and sleep until morning. I don't want to move anymore. Strange. Is the carpet so soft? If I fall down like this, I should hit my head. But it doesn't hurt at all. It feels like I'm being hugged by something. So comfortable. Warm. I'm going to fall asleep tomorrow. What should I do tomorrow? Forget it. I'm so sleepy. Who is it at? Let's stay a little longer tonight. Yes, master. From 59, 00 to 0, 00, and then to 0, 00, 00, and then to 0, 0000. Time jumped, as if it paused for a moment and then started again. Chapter 1031. Her mouth was dry, and her brain was like concrete that was about to solidify, which was very uncomfortable. Ren Xiling opened her eyes a little, and there was a smoke-like mist in the living room. Was the humidifier turned on? She couldn't remember. Ren Xiling pinched her forehead hard to prevent the alcohol from getting to her head. But forget it. I have to turn it on anyway. After all, the heater is on at home. If I don't use the humidifier, I'll feel worse when I wake up tomorrow. She slightly propped herself up, and the thin blanket on her body slipped down. Ren Xiling looked at the pillow on the ground with some doubts. Wasn't it placed at the corner of the sofa? But she really didn't want to move. Fortunately, the glass on the table was half full. Well, did they pour water for me? Gulp, gulp. She lay down again and put her arm across her forehead. It should be midnight, and it's still very quiet outside. Ren Xiling groped around the blanket on the ground. Soon she found what she was looking for. Cigarettes. But after opening the cigarette box, it was empty. There should be a few left, right? Forget it. Her heavy eyelids closed again. Ren Xiling turned her body and rolled the blanket over her body. It felt like someone was taking care of her. Luocho, the light beam was still there. It appeared at about 10:10 in the morning and lasted until 3 o'clock in the morning. The world on the internet didn't quiet down, but became more and more lively. It seemed that there were indeed many people who chose to keep watch at night on this day. On the roof of a private house near the club's new address, Luaccio was looking at the light beam in the distance against the wind. At this time, light footsteps came from behind. "Master, I've disposed of Miss Wren's private collection of junk food, but I've added some noodles, rice, oatmeal, and other ingredients in the cupboard." "There's no need to put those things." Luaccio shook his head. "She probably won't open the cupboard once in 3 months. There are also frozen snacks, dumplings, and wontons in the fridge. But I only kept 2 cans of beer." Miss Maid said softly, "In addition, the quality of the red wine in Miss Wren's hands is too low, so I changed some. The last time Master was in Tushny Manor, I found it in the ruins. The quality is not bad. Don't tell me you got rid of the worm again." Luaccio joked. Miss Maid nodded her head. He really did it. Originally, Luaccio planned to do these things himself. But when he saw the live broadcast on Ron Zeiling's tablet about the light beam of Mount Tai, Luaccio returned first. "This is spirit chi, right?" Luaccio stopped talking about his family. Once again, he looked at the beam of light shooting into the sky. It was completely the same as the energy in the long river of spiritual chi that Luaccio encountered under his city. To this extent, it should be released by gathering the power contained in the nearby ley lines. Miss Maid gave her opinion. This saved Luaccio the step of buying the information himself. Generally speaking, Yu Ye's opinion was very close to the truth. She was the biggest treasure left by the previous master. "It seems that you have made up your mind." Miss Maid smiled slightly at this time. Luaccio was silent. Indeed, since he had made it to this extent, the composition of the world's structure might have a drastic change in the next step. So, if Arrhenius still didn't appear, did it mean that he had acquiesced to this direction? "I'll go back first." Luaccio turned back at this time. "I'll leave the next thing to you." "Understood." Miss Maid bowed her head obediently. "Goodbye, master." "Oh, right." Luaccio suddenly said, "Next time, let's make dumplings at once. I think it'll be more interesting if 2 people do it together." "Okay." After the master left, Yu Yi silently looked at the huge aura light beam for a while before waving her hand. Beside her, the air began to distort and distort into a black vortex. The vortex was expanding, and soon it had a diameter of 2 meters. Miss Maid didn't even think about it and walked into the crack between dimensions. "People of the Chosen One, congratulations! You finally defeated the New Year's special boss, Dark Maid. Please accept your rewards." Above the world sky, the rolling clouds turned into a huge face, solemn, supreme, and frightening. It was the ruler of this world, the main god, Tain. The clouds gradually returned to their original appearance. On the New Year's special dungeon map, the exhausted players sat on the ground. After 6 or 7 hours of hard fighting, more than 3,000 players in the world gathered to finally kill the New Year's special boss. The battle was so fierce that they really didn't want to experience it again. But at this time, those generous rewards fell from the sky like rain and fell into the hands of every surviving player, making this hard work pay off. Just treat it as a New Year's gift. At the end of the world, in the distant land of the main god, just came back. Tei directly fell to the ground. His body shriveled like an old corpse. For this special event, I worked too hard and my mental power was completely exhausted. I'm so uncomfortable. Although in the system world created by Miss Maid, most of the functions could be realized with the help of the system. But after all, Tei was the core of the system, so his mental power was constantly consumed. "Log out!" shaking his legs from the ground. Tei held his waist and temporarily logged out of the game world. He looked like an old man who came back from the disco and had to stick a dogskin plaster on his back. In the room used to place the system host, Tei with the same appearance appeared instantly. He looked at the robot atom in the room and said casually, Adam, rest for half an hour and temporarily switch to intelligent monitoring. Understood. Tae-Inzi squinted his eyes like a dead fish and suddenly asked in a low voice, Adam, where's your master? Master and master's master went out, Adam said directly. Master's master, F***ck. Boss is back? Tae-Inzi suddenly froze, but after a while he yawned. Anyway, the boss and the director didn't call him when they went out. That meant he had nothing to do. But if the vicious director wasn't here, Tae-Inzi glanced at Adam, who had a lot of data cables connected to the system host, and then slid out of the room quietly. The state of the Black Soul Messenger was actually very wonderful. It could be regarded as another form of life. It would also feel tired and even relieve hunger. Of course, the hunger of the body could generally be replenished by eating food. But in fact, there were better things that could not only eliminate hunger, but also directly replenish the energy consumed. Tae-Inzi knew where this thing was. It was the flower tea brewed by Miss Servant Girl for her master. Damn, who would know that this seemingly ordinary flower tea's effect is comparable to the spiritual liquid in my time. Well, I remember it was hidden here. Don't think I don't know. I'm a man who knows the top 3 floors of this shop like the back of my hand. Although the effect and taste of the tea were vastly different from those made by Miss Maid, but Tae-Inzi only needed the effect of the flower tea itself. It didn't matter whether it tasted good or not after he ate it. Well, the New Year's special event has come to an end. Next is the Lantern Festival. Tae-Inzi held a cup of flower tea in the corridor and muttered while blowing on his shoulder. Well. However, the door of a room in the corridor was indeed unlocked at this time. That insidious manager shouldn't be the one who left behind the end, right? Tae-Inzi curiously lifted the door with the tip of his foot. Undoubtedly, this room was just an ordinary storage room. Basically, there were some dry goods, seasonings and drinks and the like. The room with a lot of good things. I also want to open it. Someone has been here? On the table, there were some odds and ends and a painting tube, but the tube was empty. And those odds and ends. Tae-Inzi curiously opened them one by one. The last thing he got was a small brocade box. In fact, there was a special pattern on the brocade box. Tae-Inzi looked at the pattern on the box and rubbed his chin. This pattern is so familiar. Where have I seen it? Suddenly, some dusty memories opened up in Tae-Inzi's mind. Isn't this the seal pattern of Huan Jindao? As for Huan Jindao, it was the sect that Tae-Inzi belonged to 500 years ago. Tae-Inzi frowned and couldn't hold back his curiosity, mainly because he saw something that seemed to belong to his former sect, so he started to draw on the pattern with his finger. Who wrote this pattern? It's full of mistakes. I know at first glance that he didn't practice martial arts properly. Don't let me catch you, little bastard. Crack. Not long after, the small brocade box opened automatically under Tae-Inzi's unsealing. An array of golden light shone through the crack. Tae-Inzi frowned and opened the box directly. Under the golden light, he could faintly see the true appearance of the thing inside the box. Could this be? Tae-Inzi suddenly quivered. Could it be? His face suddenly changed slightly. Then he quickly closed the brocade box and put it into his arms. He quickly rushed out of the utility room and ran to his workplace. Ignoring Adam's greeting, Tae-Inzi directly opened the perpetual calendar on the computer and began to look through it until this day. So, it's Punglai meeting again. Tae-Inzi sat down and looked at the brocade box in his hand with an uncertain expression. Main God Tayin, do you want to continue the intelligent monitoring program? You have been out of the game world for 37 minutes and 45 seconds. Continue the seizure. Tae-Inzi suddenly gritted his teeth. I have to go out. After that, Tae-Inzi hurried out of the door, the club's ancient pine door. The surrounding peach blossoms were luxuriant and colorful, just like the legendary fairyland. It had been some time since he came to this place, about 1 or 2 hours. Zhuifeng stared blankly at his brother and Mo Xiaofei, who was in a daze. Ever since they had come here and said some strange things, for some reason, Big Brother had been standing under a peach blossom tree without moving or saying anything. Juefeng yawned, looking a little sleepy. But it was quite strange. Although this place was luxuriant with peach blossoms, it seemed strangely quiet. Except for these peach blossoms, Juefeng didn't see anything that could move. Even insects and the like didn't seem to exist. Although this place was beautiful, there was a faint feeling of death. Let's go. Mo Xiaofei suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at Juefeng. Where to? Mo Xiaofei raised his hand and pointed to a towering mountain outside the peach blossom forest. The peak was completely hidden in the clouds. There. Brother, you said this place is dead. What do you mean? Juefeng still asked the question in his heart. Don't you know Peng Lai? Mo Xiaofei suddenly asked. Juefeng shook his head honestly. Mo Xiaofei frowned and asked again, haven't you heard the story of Su Fu going to the east and going to the sea to seek the elixir of immortality? Aren't there many versions of this story on the internet? Juefeng scratched his head and said embarrassedly, well, I don't have a computer at home. Mo Xiaofei walked toward the mountain and said Su Fu was from Qin and went to the sea to seek the elixir of immortality for the emperor. It's said that the elixir of immortality is hidden in the hands of the immortals of Peng Lai. Peng Lai Immortal Island. Is it here? Juefeng opened his eyes wide. Yes and no. Mo Xiaofei shook his head. This is just its shell, an empty shell left behind. But even if it's just an empty shell, it's still a paradise like a fairyland. It's beautiful. Juefeng looked around and then asked curiously, did Su Fu get the elixir of immortality for the emperor from the immortals? He didn't. Mo Xiaofei shook his head, but he brought back this dead Peng Lai and an immortal's body. Immortal. Windchaser wasn't just staring with his eyes wide open, he was stunned. It's in that mountain. Mo Xiaofei said blandly, back then I built a large number of mausoleums, and one of them was for this dead Peng Lai. With the power of a country, I ordered those suppressed Taoists to join hands with the monster clan to fix this place for me. Now, Chapter 1032. In the night sky, there was a huge figure passing by, but it was sometimes hidden in the night, as if disappearing and sometimes showing up. It was in the form of a gigantic bird, but in fact it was an eagle monster, a monster under the command of the Kun division of Xianyuan Palace. At this time, it was rushing to the direction of the huge light pillar in the depths of Mount Tai. Long Shirua, Luo Dance, and Chichikamaya were on the back of the eagle monster. The eagle monster didn't know that it was lucky to carry Kelowna, Shinryu, on its back. But Chichikamaya, a big figure in the Xianyuan Palace, was enough for it to boast about for years. Master Turtle, we'll arrive at our destination in 15 minutes. The eagle monster said respectfully, You've worked hard. Chichikamaya nodded and glanced at Long Shua. Long Shirua had to lean on Luo Dance. It was very uncomfortable for her to fly at such a high speed without strength, let alone in such a cold winter. Young Kelowna, Shinryu's face was pale because of the cold wind, but she still held the pearl tightly and stared at the ground below the eagle monster. Although it was not convenient to summon a body here, it could be sensed through the pearl as a medium. The earth veins around Mount Tai are changing. That light pillar is continuously extracted from the earth. Long Shirua frowned. Damn it, it's like draining all the earth veins in this area. Chichikamaya said, Who has such a great ability to mobilize the earth veins within hundreds of kilometers of Mount Tai? Wang. Long Shirua sighed and said with a complicated expression, Only it can do that. Its predecessor was a part of the tongue dragon vein, one of the 12 ancestral veins of Kelowna. Later, it merged with the earth veins of Mount Tai and became the dragon vein again. To Wang, the earth veins of Mount Tai are equivalent to his people. Tianqin 71. Chichikamaya muttered. This was what Long Shirua mentioned before the light pillar of aura burst out. It's the Bai sect again. After so many years, does the Bai sect want to repeat the tragedy of that year? Long Shirwa said coldly, no matter what his final purpose is, we can't let the aura continue to be extracted. Otherwise, this land will die sooner or later. Chichikamaya, can you go faster? Gue Chinny glanced at Long Shirwa's shivering shoulders and sighed. He knocked the eagle monster's body with his crutch. Whitehead 11, speed up. Yes, the eagle demon's white-headed 11 suddenly spread its wings a little. It moved the clouds and fog, and in an instant it swept across a distance of several hundred meters. While rushing forward, the ghost baby looked down and heard Su Zijuan's voice in his mind. Listen, don't tell Chichikamaya and Long Shirwa that I'm here. For ghost baby, Chichikamaya's order was higher than the Xianyuan Palace's order, and big sister Su Zijuan's order was higher than Chichikamaya's, so he could only bury this matter in his heart. But who was that foreign woman beside big sister? He was a little envious. She followed big sister and was always at her beck and call. However, Long Shirwa's group was not the only ones who came to the light pillar of aura. It was really a mistake. Not only did the unknown guy sneak in, but the 4 captains of the administration also fell into the enemy's trap and were knocked out in the room. Captain Ling Fong and the other captains were woken up by the members of the administration later, and before they had time to think about the origin of this mysterious enemy, they needed to move immediately. On the road, more than a dozen black Santanas were running fast. Their destination was naturally the location of the huge light pillar. The captains were in the same car, which was driven by Captain Ling Fong. Why did he come at this critical moment? The captains in the car didn't look good at this time. The 4 captains fell into a coma. If this matter was reported to their superiors, they would be criticized. But I'm afraid this person is proficient in illusion. He could trick the 4 of us at the same time. But it's strange. Why did this mysterious guy sneak in? Yes, if he was malicious, I checked my body after I woke up, and there were no internal injuries. But we can't rule out the possibility that he had a clever method to avoid our detection. But we didn't lose anything. I don't care so much. Maybe we can get the answer when we go to that place. Captain Ling Fong stepped hard on the accelerator. It's not a good sign to be so busy on the first day of the new year. The captains looked solemn at this time. The reason why they were so anxious was that before they were woken up, the Taoist and the demon had already set off. The Taoist and the demon had already fought because of a suspicious edict. This time, if the light pillar of spiritual energy was caused by some amazing item and caused a fight between the Taoist and the demon, the people left in the administration wouldn't be able to suppress it. Ah, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. I can't go home during the new year. Not only do I have to work overtime here, but I also have so many troublesome things to do. The only female captain of the 4 captains said bitterly, all year long this and that. Just expose it to the whole society. Mother asterisk cur. Let's go from the dark to the light. Whoever dares to make trouble will be punished violently. Don't say such unlucky things. Captain Ling Fong said seriously. If that's the case, it'll be really chaotic. Hong Ling, you don't want your husband and children to be involved in all kinds of strange and dangerous things, right? I know. The captain named Hong Ling said coldly, of course I know. Because I feel that there's no need for the existence of transcendence in this world. No matter if it's the Taoist or the demon. They're the root of the chaos in this world. The other 3 captains glanced at the only female captain imperceptibly and fell silent. Hong Ling used to be a soldier. Later, she saw her parents and younger brother die in the hands of a crazy demon. Since then, Hong Ling entered the special department of the military. Later, she volunteered to participate in the training program for captains of the administration. As a recommended candidate, she was sent to Kunlun to learn martial arts. She only came back 3 years ago. Do a head count. Glasses. How many people do we have now? Captain Ling Feng broke the silence and asked, "Glasses?" The four-eyed captain quickly said, "There are 43 normal members, 11 advanced agents, and 97 logistics team members. Lastly, there's the four of us." Captain Ling Feng said seriously, "If something really happens, we can't count on the logistics team. Ordinary agents can deal with the small demons. If there's a big fight, the only ones that can be used are the senior agents, and the four of us. I really hope that these big shots of the Taoist demon realm are more or less afraid of that contract. How about this? If things really can't be settled, I'll allow you to use the god-killing bullet." "Ling Feng, are you serious?" The four-eyed captain looked at Ling Feng, who was driving with a serious expression. "Although the director gave you this authority at the last minute, but you have to think carefully. Once we use the god-killing bullet, it's equivalent to exposing our trump card. If the Taoist demon realm and the Taoist demon realm know that we secretly researched this thing, I'm afraid we can't care so much. If the Taoist demon realm and the Taoist demon realm really fight." Ling Feng smiled bitterly. "Next, I'm afraid we can only use aliens invading Earth as a reason. After all, the appearance of this spirit energy light pillar had already gone viral on the internet. It couldn't be stopped. It didn't say who arrived first. If one had to say, it should be that both sides arrived at almost the same time. The light shot out from the deep valley and straight into the sky. The representatives of the four heavenly spirit clans, the demon realm members, and the various sects were now divided into two camps. They all came at almost the same time from the series of banquets. It could be said that they used their own methods and didn't give in to each other. "Old Bai Jia, I didn't see you at the banquets, but you came here. Your bones are quite strong, huh?" He, I'm old. I can't compare to the young." His hands were folded behind his back, making him look slightly hunchbacked. Bai Jia Taoist opened one eye and said slowly, "This old man can't even take one punch from young master White Tiger." Huang Baifu was a young man with a very tall and sturdy figure. He wore a sleeveless singlet, trousers, and leather shoes. In this cold winter night, he gave off a feeling like a raging fire. However, he just sneered at Bai Jia Taoist's words. This president of the Tao Association and the sect master of Kunlun couldn't even take one punch from Huang Baifu. Only idiots would believe that. Taoists, it's rare that the administration prepared a banquet for all of you. It's not good for you to run here like this, right? Beside Huang Baifu, a woman in her 30s with a hot figure wearing a fiery red mink coat chuckled. "Maybe the administration will invite you back for tea." He. "Tea is good. We can chat while drinking tea. I like this kind of life," Bai Jia Taoist said with a big smile. "Do you want to drink some too?" "Fellow Taoist Chu Xingha." The woman in red, the priest of the Vermilion Bird clan, Chu Xingha, said with a smile, "I'm a demon. I don't deserve to be called fellow Taoist by you." Bai Jia Taoist said, "There are thousands of great Taoists, but they all lead to the same destination. Even if you're a demon, it's rare that you've cultivated intelligence. Even if humans and demons have their own Taoists, they're all pursuing the same thing. On the path of great Tao, we're all on the same path. What's wrong with calling each other fellow Taoist? Am I right? Fellow Taoist Tushan?" Then Bai Jia Taoist looked at the leader of the Black Tortoise clan, Ming Tushan, a skinny old man who looked even older than Bai Jia Taoist. "I don't dare to accept that, Bai Jia Taoist." Ming Tushan shook his head. "Fellow Taoist Tushan, please don't undervalue yourself." Bai Jia Taoist opened his eyes and said, "Jinwu Great Emperor was born in the Black Tortoise clan. Jinwu land's orthodoxy still exists today." "I'll just carry the tortoise shell. I won't carry the pot," Ming Tushan said quickly. I can't. Looking at the two elders arguing, Song Jinshui of the Green Dragon clan glanced at Chu Xingha. They secretly communicated with their divine wills. This Bai Jia Taoist is really cunning. Because of Jinwu, Great Emperor, the Black Tortoise clan has been in an awkward position among the demons. He insisted on saying it here. If something happens later, I'm afraid Ming Tushan won't help either side. Chu Xinghe, we'd better be prepared. Don't be hasty. Let's assess the situation first. Since Huang Baifu likes to be in the limelight, let this hothead take the lead. But we'd better be careful of Xiao Xingma. Most importantly, this pillar of spiritual qi. Everyone's eyes had unwittingly gathered on the pillar of spiritual qi soaring into the sky. It was right in front of them. But where did this pillar of light come from? What secrets did it contain? For both the Taoists and demons present, they didn't know. The only thing they were certain of was that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth around the pillar of light was extremely dense. It was much stronger than the spiritual qi secret realms in their sects or territories. Even if it was outside of this valley, as long as one breathed in a mouthful of spiritual energy, it would be equivalent to several days of bitter cultivation. If one continued to cultivate in this place, one's cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds, right? Therefore, even if they didn't know what was behind the pillar of light, just the pillar of spiritual qi itself was a rare treasure to the Taoists and demons. At this moment, a middle-aged Taoist beside by Jie Taoist walked out slowly. He could also represent the Taoist Association. As one of the two vice presidents under the president, he was Taoist Huanyang. Everyone, I believe you still remember the imperial edict from last time, right? Taoist Huanyang had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He had a benevolent appearance and was easy to listen to. In my opinion, both the Taoists and the demons are basically all here. How about this? Let's enter the spiritual qi together and find the source of this spiritual qi. Then we'll discuss the next step. What do you think? Okay, sure. Let's move quickly. I don't want to waste too much time with you here. Thus, the members of both sides majestically charged into the deep valley that was emitting spiritual light. How to describe it? Perhaps it was like purgatory. In the pitch-black dimensional crevice, where everything could be seen, a man was standing over countless corpses of void original demons. Taisetsu. At this moment, the man suddenly turned around and slashed out with his blood-stained ancient sword. Instantly, a huge crescent moon shot out like a thunderbolt. The sword light instantly slashed open the huge wasteland. Then it was easily caught by a white palm. With a slight force from her fingertips, the pure white palm not only caught the sword light, but also crushed it. The man on the mountain of corpses wasn't shocked or angry. Instead, he was unusually surprised. He jumped down and rushed forward. "Yui, Mississippi, hurry up and take me away from this damn place. Big sister number 18 tricked me. But the results are pretty good, right?" Yui smiled. "It seems that you've almost mastered the power of the Zhanlu sword. I just want to take a bath." Taisetsu, whose eyes were bloodshot, said bitterly, "Then I want to sleep." Chapter 1033. If it was said that one breath near the spiritual energy light pillar outside the omphalos was equivalent to several days of hard cultivation, then when they really walked into the light pillar, the density of spiritual energy here was unbelievable. The air felt moist everywhere. The density of the spirit qi there had reached the level of fog. However, to the disbelief of both the Taoists and demons, they did not encounter any danger within the anomaly. It was said that when a treasure appeared, there would definitely be a powerful guardian. However, this saying seemed to be ignored in this place. This is... The young lord of the White Tiger, Huang Baifu, stopped. The people from both sides reached the center of the spirit qi light pillar easily and found a huge jade pillar there. It was snow white, about 7 meters tall, and 2 people hugged it. The jade pillar was engraved with a picture of a divine dragon surging. The dense spirit qi was actually emitted from this jade pillar. What exactly is this? Ming Tushan of the Black Tortoise frowned. Despite the longevity of the Black Tortoise clan, he had no impression of this item. Ming Tushan looked at 100 Tribulations Taoist. In the Tao world, only this fellow who had lived for an unknown period of time could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. Furthermore, Kunlun was in charge of the Kelowna Tao world and was the Tao orthodoxy of the Taoist saints. Nobody knew how much of the lost history of the Kelowna Tao world was hidden in it. I have cultivated for more than 1,000 years and have never seen such a divine item. 100 Tribulations Taoist opened his eyes and carefully sized up the jade pillar. Nobody knew how much time he had spent cultivating for more than 1,000 years. This is the jade dragon pillar. However, Lai Kai-shing easily explained what 100 Tribulations Taoist could not. He was the orthodox successor of the plainclothes Tao, who had become the vice president of the Tao Association at a young age and whom the Tao world did not dare underestimate. He was the 72nd generation Heaven Heart. Jade dragon pillar? Huang Baifu frowned and stared at Lai Kai-shing. Fortune teller, do you know what this is? Lai Kai-shing walked past the crowd and came before the jade pillar that was brimming with spiritual energy. He lifted his head and sized up. Kelowna has 12 dragon veins. They are the source of all the spiritual veins in the world. Every dragon vein had once supported the fate of a great dynasty in Kelowna's history. Xia, Qin, Tang, Qing, and so on. Everyone should know about this, right? Stop keeping me in suspense. Huang Baifu was slightly impatient. Lai Kai-shing did not mind and continued at his own pace. The 12 dragon bloodlines are also known as the 12 ancestral bloodlines. They were like 12 nodes that supported all the spiritual veins in Kelowna and even balanced the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The jade dragon pillars were the ridges of these ancestral veins. The spine of the dragon vein was one of the essence of the dragon vein. Legend had it that a complete dragon vein could reach the heavens. As for this one, it wasn't very long, but it was already able to emit such a boundless amount of spiritual energy. So you can imagine how much spiritual energy a complete dragon vein would emit. After all, the ancestral dragon vein was the source of 1/12 of the spiritual energy in Kelowna. Who placed such a precious treasure here? Hearing Lai Kai-shing's explanation, Venerable Huanyang could not help but frown. Right now, it was not a matter of whether they were moved, but how they should deal with it. One had to know that none of the people present were good people. If any one of them tried to take it for themselves, Huang Baifu walked in front of the jade pillar and placed his hand on it. An endless amount of spirit energy flowed out. Just by touching it for a moment, Huang Baifu's demonic power increased a bit. It felt like he had just drunk a bottle of fine wine, making him feel very comfortable. Ha ha ha! There's actually such a divine treasure in this world. Huang Baifu raised his head, his eyes filled with passion. This jade dragon pillar is mine. I'm going to dig it up and bring it back to the White Tiger tribe. Huang Baifu, most of the Tao demons in Kelowna are here. How dare you make such a big claim? An indifferent voice suddenly floated over from the Tao world. Huang Baifu said nonchalantly, "Treasures belong to the capable. It's a waste for you Taoists to take it. During the Dharma ending age, many of your cultivation techniques were lost. Even if the jade dragon pillar was given to you, how much could you improve? I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to support it. It would be a waste. Although the demon clan is also restricted, our inheritance has never depended on cultivation techniques. As long as we have this jade dragon pillar, the demon clan's strength will only be a matter of time. Don't be so arrogant. Do you want to strengthen the demon clan and let Kelowna fall into the hands of the demon clan again?" A middle-aged Taoist stepped out from the Tao world. "Everyone says that you, Huang Baifu, are the most powerful of the 4 spirits of heaven. I'm not that talented, so I'd like to ask for your guidance. It's perfected Shen Qi from the Presidium. I heard that Taoist Shen Qi entered the Tao in the Ming Dynasty. He's almost 400 years old now, and his dermic powers are as vast as the sea. Legend has it that during the Qing Dynasty, Taoist Shen Qi once subdued 2 great demons of the demon clan with his own strength. He's famous throughout the world." Taoist Shen Qi held a 4-sided purple gold ruler in his hand. There was a Cinnabard between his eyebrows, and auspicious clouds surrounded him. He looked solemn and dignified. Shinchi? Huang Baifu sneered. You want to fight with me? Young Master Huang, as one of the representatives of the Demon Association, don't you think you're showing off your abilities? Shinchi said indifferently, the other two representatives are silent now and are waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Don't become someone else's shield. Huang Baifu laughed and said, Aren't you just asking me to charge in front and take advantage of the situation from behind? I, Huang Baifu, have never cared about such things. If you're capable, then come. If you're not, then scram. There's nothing in this world that I don't dare to beat up. No matter how many schemes you have, I'll destroy you with one punch. Shinchi, don't think that you're so great just because you've defeated one or two great demons. Others might not know, but I know it very well. You subdued two great demons because they were fighting, and you took advantage of the chaos. In terms of strength, you're nothing. How dare the demons humiliate me? The godly ruler Taoist's brows instantly furrowed as he smashed the canopy ruler in his hand without saying a word. Under the support of his rich magic power, waves of energy surged out like giant waves, and those young Taoists who were at the back of the group were unable to stand still for a moment. Fly, take my punch. Boom! The ordinary punch accurately hit Shinchi Taoist, Shinchi Taoist, Shinchi Taoist. There seemed to be the shadow of a roaring white tiger behind Huang Baifu. The abnormally terrifying demonic power instantly broke through Shinchi Taoist's energy waves. The purple gold ruler that had accompanied Shinchi Taoist for more than 200 years shattered under this peerless, ferocious punch. Shinchi Taoist's body flew backward into the sky. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in the air and finally fell to the ground like a piece of rotten meat. Seeing this, Huanyang Taoist waved his sleeves and caught Shinchi Taoist, who fell to the ground. After falling to the ground, Shinchi Taoist was supported by a few other Taoists. However, at this moment, his face was pale and he kept spitting out blood. He looked flustered and exasperated. However, he fainted in an instant. Huang Baifu, aren't you being too ruthless? Shinchi Taoist's heavenly Peng ruler is his natal magic weapon. You destroying his magic weapon is equivalent to destroying half of his cultivation. Huanyang Taoist's eyes instantly looked toward the white tiger's young master and snorted coldly. However, Huang Baifu sneered and said, I'm just letting you know if I have the strength to eat this jade dragon pillar. Old Taoist Huanyang, if you're not convinced, then take my punch. After saying this, Huang Baifu directly leaped up and threw a punch toward Huanyang Taoist. Huanyang Taoist did not hesitate. He formed a sword seal and 7 sword lights shot out from his sleeves, stabbing toward Huang Baifu. However, Huang Baifu's fist broke through the layers of sword lights. Only when the 7th sword light was shot did the power of his fist weaken. Huanyang Taoist once again threw out his palm. The moment the fist and palm collided, demonic power and magic power expanded. The scattered air waves instantly caused the sand and stones in the deep valley to fly. Huanyang Taoist retreated a few steps before stopping. Huang Baifu also turned around and retreated. After landing, his leg sank several inches into the ground. Ha ha ha! Old Taoist Huanyang, you can take my punch. You're quite capable. Come again. As if he had inexhaustible strength, Huang Baifu once again shot out like lightning. The ferocious fist power was even fiercer than before. Huang Baifu, you really think there's no one in the Tao world? Huanyang Taoist suddenly spat out a mouthful of golden qi. Within the golden energy, a small sword radiance expanded with the wind. In just an instant, it had transformed into a silver longsword that was 3 feet long. Taoist Huanyang held it in his hand and slashed at Huang Baifu's body. Ha ha ha! Huang Baifu laughed even more arrogantly and directly punched Huanyang Taoist's sword. Hum! Like a sorrowful cry, The sound of the silver sword rang in the deep valley. However, it blocked Huang Baifu's ferocious fist once again. Huanyang Daoist's expression was uncertain. He flipped his left palm and used his magic power to write a huge seal, word that pressed down on Huang Baifu. Tyrant fist. Huang Baifu shouted in a low voice. His demonic power, which was like a white light of spirit qi, instantly soared. He punched the seal, word seal. That huge seal instantly shattered. Huanyang Daoist's expression changed slightly. His footsteps flashed, and he narrowly dodged the punch's momentum. However, boom! A huge passageway was created in a corner of the deep valley by the power of this punch. This punch could not be taken. Huanyang Daoist secretly broke out in cold sweat. It was said that Huang Baifu was this generation's white tiger. He was very talented and defeated the previous generation's White Tiger clan leader before he was 100 years old. He even suppressed the rest of the 4 heavenly spirit clans by himself. It seemed that it was not an exaggeration. There was probably no one in the demon clan who could compare to him. Divine beast transformation above the deep valley, Long Shua, and the others were also shocked by the power of this tyrant fist when they landed. Chichi Kamaya's expression turned solemn. It said that Huang Baifu has the highest atavistic bloodline in the White Tiger clan. But I didn't expect that he could achieve divine beast transformation. In this environment where the demon clan is declining, Huang Baifu appeared. I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse. Grandpa Tortoise, what's divine beast transformation? Luo Dance, who was holding Long Shirua, asked confusedly. Chichi Kamaya said, "The 4 heavenly spirits are the descendants of the 4 divine beasts of Kelowna. Every descendant of the 4 heavenly spirits more or less carries the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. But very few of them can awaken the bloodline of the divine beasts. Awakening is a threshold. Those who can awaken the bloodline of the divine beasts can reach the level of the great demon clan. And when the bloodline of the divine beasts is awakened to a certain extent, they will achieve divine beast transformation. Huang Baifu's bloodline is unbelievably strong. I'm afraid that he can condense the real body of the divine beast White Tiger. Among them, I'm afraid that only Baijia can block Huang Baifu's fist. After all, there are only 2 or 3 Dao Querying Realm cultivators left in Kelowna. Dao Querying Realm? Luo Dance blinked her eyes. It's a realm among cultivators. Even in the ancient and brilliant Kelowna, Dao Querying Realm is a very high level. Chichi Kamaya said slowly, after Dao Querying Realm is Dao Fruit Realm. Usually, Dao Fruit Realm is equivalent to the legendary immortal. When one becomes an immortal, he gets Dao Fruit. Baijia was already in Dao Querying Realm in the Yuan dynasty. He has accumulated a lot of experience. If it weren't for the fact that the path to immortality has been severed. So powerful! Luo Dance blinked her eyes again. Grandpa Tortoise, can you block Huang Baifu's fist? Chichi Kamaya laughed. I'm afraid I can only hide in my turtle shell and play dead. Chichi Kamaya, you go and watch this jade dragon pillar for me. Long Shua, who had been silent, suddenly said, I'm afraid this jade dragon pillar was taken from Wang. That kid will die after a long time. Chichi Kamaya gave a start and said bluntly, as long as you are willing to show up, those guys won't say anything. Long Shirwa shook her head. You can show up in the name of Shenyuan Palace. I have other things to do. Wang should be nearby. Chichi Kamaya, let's split up. The bead can only be used for a limited time, and it can't be used continuously. I don't want to waste time on these greedy guys. Chichi Kamaya glanced at Long Shaw. After a moment of silence, aside and said, Ghost child, in the name of the Kuin tribe, let's go down. However, at that moment, the huge jade dragon pillar in the deep valley suddenly burst out with a strong light. It was far stronger than the spirit chi light beam it released. In an instant, the strong light turned everything pure white. When this powerful white light was released, and then disappeared. The only thing left in the deep valley was the huge jade dragon pillar, and the spirit chi light pillar it was still releasing. Apart from that, the people in the Tao world, the demons in the demon world, and even Long Shirwa's group had all disappeared. The sea of flowers was quiet. In the distance, there was a huge towering mountain peak surrounded by clouds and mist. When Luo Dance came to her senses, she saw such a fairy-like place. But what made her feel at ease was that Long Shirwa and Grandpa Chichi Kamaya were still by her side. Transfer. Chichi Kamaya frowned and seemed to think of something. Is this Wang's space-folding ability? But where is this place? Penglai. Chapter 1034. In front of them was a huge island. Although they didn't know how they were moved to this place, without a doubt, the 100 Tribulation Taoists found that they were at the edge of this island, the beach. It seemed that not all of them were moved to the same place. The 100 Tribulation Taoists glanced around and found that about half of them were not on this beach. The fine and golden sand was soft to the touch, and the glittering seawater behind them was washing up and then fading away, leaving clear watermarks. As for the demon race, they were at a corner of the beach. The place where the demons landed was a group of reefs on the beach. Similarly, not all of the monsters were here, and some of their faces couldn't be seen. For example, the ferocious Huang Baifu wasn't among them. This place was weird, but without a doubt the spiritual energy here was as dense as the spiritual energy around the jade dragon pillar. It seemed that the spiritual energy here was the natural state of this place, unlike the jade dragon pillar, which was full of spiritual energy due to the release of spiritual energy when they moved forward. This is not sand. Suddenly, a young Taoist in the Taoist Association exclaimed, "This is gold!" The golden sand slid down from the young Taoist's hand, but he quickly grabbed another handful of sand, and with a boom, a bright red flame appeared in his palm. Under the heat of the flame, the sand quickly melted and turned into a pool of golden liquid. Soon, the golden liquid cooled down and condensed, turning into real gold. Such an open beach was actually filled with this kind of high-purity gold. Although wealth wasn't the most important thing for Taoists, cultivation was always about wealth and land. Only with wealth could one have more resources. A few kilograms, a dozen kilograms, or even 100 kilograms of gold might not be important to these Taoists. But what if it was a huge beach full of golden sand? Not only that, the seawater that washed up seemed to bring some shiny things with it. Upon closer inspection, one would find that they were almost perfect pearls, jades, and agates. It turned out that under this beach, there was a huge pile of gold, silver, and silk. No wonder the seawater showed a shiny luster. President, Vice President Huanyang, and Vice President Lai are not here. A calm man said to the 100 Tribulation Taoist in a low voice. Besides them, the Qingqing Mountain, the Heavenly Fortune Cave, the 5 Elements sect. There are 9 sects in total, but in the deep valley they were there. I know. The 100 Tribulation Taoist nodded. Over there! Not only Huang Baifu, but also Chu Xinghe and Xiao Xingma are gone. It seems that they were transferred randomly. The 100 Tribulation Taoist was silent, thinking. At that moment, the demon clan who had gathered in a corner of the reef started to walk toward the Taoists. The black tortoise Ming Tushan walked out directly and stopped in front of the 100 Tribulation Taoist. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, 100 Tribulation Taoist, this old man thinks that this place is strange. Why don't we put aside our small conflicts and work together to deal with it? More than half of the Tao and the demonic forces of the Divine Prefecture had gathered here, but they had been moved to this strange island without anyone knowing. The methods used were unfathomable, causing Ming Tushan to have an ominous feeling. If they continued to fight in this place, it would not be a wise move. Originally, this conflict had been started by Huang Baifu and had nothing to do with the Black Tortoise clan. Besides, as the 100 Tribulation Taoist had said, the Black Tortoise clan had a much better relationship with the Tao world than any of the demon clans. After all, the Black Tortoise clan had once had the Taoist Jinwu Great Emperor. Of course, the four spirits of heaven were divine beasts passed down from ancient times and enjoyed the worship of the ancient Kelowna. Each of them had a deep relationship with the Taoist sect, but times had changed. Now, only the Tao orthodoxy of the Jinwu Great Emperor had been passed down. Taoist Tushan is right. We can't do anything good. The 100 Tribulation Taoist nodded with a smile. We are strong when we are united and weak when we are divided. Taoist Tushan is so righteous. Ming Tushan cupped his hands. This old man can see that the peak at the center of this island pierces through the clouds. It constantly emits an inconceivable solemn aura. There must be a secret hidden within. Perhaps we can find the reason why we were moved to this place, or even the way to return. Although this beach is a treasure trove, the gold and silver treasures aren't that important to us. 100 Tribulation Taoist, look? Then let's set off. The 100 Tribulation Taoist nodded and then ordered a group of people to prepare and set off toward the peak in the middle of the island. Even so, many Taoists still secretly stuffed rare treasures they found on the beach into their pockets. Which family didn't have a few descendants who had rolled around in the secular world? These rare treasures were not very useful to Taoists, but they could at least benefit their descendants, right? Therefore, of course, they would pick them up. We can't get in touch with them. There are 28 missing people. In a corner of the island, a man in the uniform of the administration came to Captain Hong Ling and reported to him carefully. As for the other 3 captains, they were currently surveying the area within a radius of about 10 meters. They arrived at the scene after Huang Baifu's tyrant fist destroyed a corner of the deep valley. When they were about to intervene and prevent this level of battle from escalating, a strong light was emitted from that strange pillar. After that, they arrived at this strange place. At present, Captain Ling Feng and his subordinates were in a primitive forest. The ancient trees here were so huge that if they were placed outside, it would be listed as a national protected area. There is no signal at all, and the satellite positioning is useless. Captain Ling Feng helplessly stuffed his cell phone into his trouser pocket and sighed. It seems that we can only take one step at a time. As he spoke, his gaze fell on a team member. This team member from the administration was carrying a black suitcase in his hand. Fortunately, this suitcase was not lost in this strange transfer. It contained the God-killing bullets that were worth tens of millions each. This was also the trump card secretly developed by the administration to suppress Taoist demons. Glasses. Take out 4 clips first. Let's equip one for each of us. I feel that this place is not easy to deal with. Captain Ling Feng looked up at those towering ancient trees. Vaguely, he seemed to see a huge shadow of a mountain in the clouds in the sky. Do we really have to fight? Hong Ling was a bit speechless. There are 10 bullets in one clip, and it will cost hundreds of millions. I feel that it will be very easy to reach the climax. Captains! At this moment, a white figure swept across the mountain stream lightly and elegantly. However, her face was cold, and there was no sadness or joy. Undoubtedly, she was one of the people who were transferred after the white light, and her target was also the mountain peak. What is this place? Taiyinzi rubbed his chin and looked around. After returning from a New Year's project, I wanted to replenish my spiritual power, so I stole some flower tea from Miss Made to Drink. After I found something in the storage room, I ran out as if possessed by a ghost. Finally, I bumped into the beam of spiritual energy and ran over. But before I could figure out what was going on, I was pulled to this damned place. After reviewing the situation, Taiyinzi's expression changed dramatically. He knelt on the ground and supported his body with both hands. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead this time. I'm definitely dead. Last time, I was hung up for 7 days and 7 nights because of a broken plate. Although this is something that belonged to my former sect, my brain spasmed when I recalled the past. But Tae-Inzi grabbed his hair with regret. Although the door of the storage room wasn't closed, God knows if Yu-Yi was tricking me. She had tricked me more than once. Is it because my master god plan is so excellent that I got the master's praise and made this maid jealous? Is she worried that I can't keep my position, so she deliberately made me make mistakes to lower the master's evaluation? Humph. Little girl, you can't escape this old Taoist's eyes at all. As long as I continue to operate the game world and collect high-quality souls, I'll become a golden black soul envoy soon. At that time, I'll be the black soul head supervisor and reach the peak of the shop staff. I'll have a meteoric rise. A mere maid can't do anything but flatter me. Yu-Yi, little girl, just wait to pour tea for me. Give me water, massage my shoulders, and sing songs for me. But Tae-Inzi finally calmed down. At the same time, he looked at the small box in his arms and frowned. This thing is affecting my mind. But at this moment, the small box suddenly shook violently. It was as if the thing inside was going to rush out at any time. Tae-Inzi felt that he couldn't suppress the thing inside. He had to open his mouth and swallow the box directly. This box seemed to be affected by the outside world to have such a strange change. But the Black Soul Envoy's body was a natural isolation zone. After the box entered Tae-Inzi's body, it stopped shaking violently. Tae-Inzi couldn't help but sweat. He sighed and began to look at the surrounding environment. There was no doubt that he was now in a chaotic stone forest. But when he was about to walk out of the stone forest, he suddenly heard a loud sound, followed by a slight vibration from the ground. He saw that several stone pillars in front of him suddenly fell down, and the heavy stones fell, which was the source of the slight vibration. After the stone pillars fell to the ground, they stirred up a burst of mud and dust. And in the dust he could faintly see a tall and sturdy figure slowly walking out. In just a moment, Tae-Inzi saw a man like an iron plate. He was wearing a small vest, trousers, and leather shoes. Apart from that, he only had a big gold chain on his body. His face was very sunny and domineering. This reminded Tae-Inzi of the appearance of the protagonist of a manga he had recently read on the main god mountain in the game world when he was cramming a lot of knowledge on the internet in order to develop more activities. Chingchengdero? Yes. The iron, tower-like giant in front of him looked at Tae-Inzi without hesitation and showed an impatient and disdainful expression. How should I describe it? Mustache, afro hair, wretched eyes, yellow leopard print coat, and tight pants in his 50s. Old man, who are you? The giant man frowned and asked. Tae-Inzi subconsciously looked solemn. Ahem, I am the main god Tyne, the lucky chosen one. You have been... Tae-Inzi suddenly stopped talking. It was not his intention to habitually say such a name, but Tae-Inzi was too familiar with the giant man's question. Basically, every guy who entered the game world for the first time would ask such a question. Nonsense. You're neither fish nor fowl. Eat my fist. Boom! Sand and stones flew, and a huge burst of sand and dust suddenly burst out from the ground and rushed to the sky. The giant man's fist was like a rocket launcher with extremely terrifying power. However, this punch hit the ground, but it did not hit the weird old man. The giant man looked up and saw that the weird old man was standing on a stone pillar in the stone forest. He rubbed his chin and said, "Oh, you can see me? Monster power. Are you a monster?" Since he had a steady source of customers, Tae-Inzi had not gone out to attract customers for a long time. The status of attracting customers for Black Soul Envoys was still the same as last time with Changyaran. Ordinary people could not see the setting of Black Soul Envoys. But the giant man did not answer at all. He jumped up quickly and waved his hand to punch Tae-Inzi's chest. But this time, Tae-Inzi did not dodge and let the fist hit his chest. Something strange happened. The giant man's fist easily went through Tae-Inzi's chest at this time. Atomization. One of the standard abilities of Black Soul Envoys. After the fist went through Tae-Inzi's chest, the fist swept through a large area of stone forest in front, and only the sound of boulders exploding could be heard. Young man, don't be impulsive. Don't you know how to respect the old and love the young? Tainzi squinted and spread out his hands. Get along well with each other. Motherf asterisk cur. The giant man snorted at this time. He withdrew his fist and punched again, fiercely with a downward hook. Tainzi still did not dodge. He just waited for the fist to become powerless under the effect of atomization, and then he would beat this brute up. But a tragedy happened. Chapter 1035. Tainzi stood up dizzily, but he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He tried to raise his hands to touch the front, but he couldn't see his hands. He also tried to walk forward, but found that his line of sight kept moving backward. Then the light bulb in his head lit up, so he held his head with both hands and twisted it hard. After twisting his head 180 degrees, everything finally returned to normal. Ordinary people, even Taoists, as long as they haven't separated from their bodies, twisting their neck 180 degrees should have killed them. Although there were some strange kung fu or talented people who could twist their necks, it was just a matter of the bones. The giant man could clearly feel the sound of bones breaking after his punch. In addition, the first punch even went through the opponent's body as if it didn't have a physical body. But then he was able to withstand his tyrant fist and still stand up alive. What was the origin of this strange old man? Not thinking about the giant man's thoughts, Tainzi began to mutter at this moment. He already knew that Black Soul envoys weren't invincible. For example, at the beginning, he was almost killed by Kelowna Shinryu, so the transcendents in this world still had the ability to kill Black Soul envoys. Although under normal circumstances, Black Soul envoys could be immune to most physical attacks, but if physical attacks could be added with elemental damage, then it was a different story. Tainzi felt that he had already caught up with the trend. So many modern mainstream words are catchy. Sure enough, it was the credit of cramming a lot of knowledge recently. You are from the Ghost Clan. The giant man frowned at this time. Xiao Xingma's subordinate? Xiao Xingma? This name is a bit familiar. Tainzi was stunned for a while. Then he realized who the Xiao Xingma that the giant man mentioned was, the Ghost City Master of Fengdu, Ghost City, a figure who was already a big shot in the Demon Clan before Tainzi made his debut hundreds of years ago. It seems that Sotero, this big blockhead thought that the Black Soul envoy's ability to turn into mist was the ability of the Ghost Clan's ghost body. But it was indeed very similar. However, the Ghost Clan did not have a physical body. They were only in the state of spiritual bodies, unlike the Black Soul envoys, who could freely switch between physical and virtual bodies. However, after this blockhead thought that he was from the Ghost Clan, he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Tainzi's mind raced as he frowned and said, "Do you know City Lord Xiao? Where did this old ghost come from?" The giant jumped down from the stone pillar. "Don't you recognize me?" Tainzi said casually, "Poor. I have slept in City Lord Xiao's 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda for several hundred years, so it's normal that I don't know you. Besides, there were so many demon clans in the world. Who could recognize all of them? You know all the ghosts in Fengdu, Ghost City? The 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda was indeed something that belonged to Xiao Xingamo, and it was especially famous. There were many ghost soldiers, ghost generals, and vengeful spirits sleeping in the 10,000 Ghost Tower. When the flute played silently, it could use the 10,000 Ghost Tower to summon hundreds of thousands of ghost soldiers. In the demon realm, its ability to fight alone might not be the strongest, but in a group fight, it had never been afraid of anyone. It was said that Xiao Shengmo had not used the 10,000 Ghosts Pagoda for several hundred years. The giant man glanced at Tainzi suspiciously at this time and said casually, "My name is Wang Hu, just an ordinary member of the White Tiger Clan." The White Tiger Clan of the Four Spirits of Heaven? Tainzi opened his mouth and then pondered. He and Wang Fu stared at each other, and neither of them spoke. Considering that this year's Penglai convention was coming, Both the Taoist and demon realms of Kelowna would gather. It was not strange for the city, Lord of the Ghost City, to come in person. Tae-Yinzi had an idea at the moment. He cleared his throat and said, "Brother Wang Hu, I just encountered a white light, and then I came to this place. Do you know what happened here?" Wang Hu shook his head at this time and looked at the towering stone forest. "I don't know. When I came back to my senses, I was already in this place. I originally planned to walk out, but this place looked the same everywhere, so I simply opened the way myself. That's why the stone pillars fell one by one. Is this silly big guy the type to be reckless?" "Let me see." Tae-Yinzi frowned and then flew up. Wang, who didn't care at this time, he looked at Tae-Yinzi's actions as if he was watching a show, waiting for it to happen. After flying into the air, Tae-Yinzi looked into the distance and found that the stone forest was not as big as he imagined. He could still see the end. It was about a few kilometers. In this range, it should be easy to fly out, right? However, when Tae-Yinzi flew forward, he gradually found something wrong. He couldn't reach the end of the stone forest. No matter how long he flew, the edge of the stone forest always remained at the end of his sight. Below, countless stone pillars were rapidly retreating below him. "What's the matter?" Tae-Yinzi returned to Wang, who sighed with a bad expression. Wang, who said, "I'm afraid that one can only walk out of this damn place by foot. There's no way to fly. This seems to be a huge maze. I have to find the eye of the array." Tae-Yinzi frowned. Arrays were not his strong suit. However, Yu Sanyang, the lowly servant girl who had caused him to be sealed for hundreds of years, was very skilled in arrays. "You have a way?" Wang, who looked at Tae-Yinzi, and his eyes lit up. "Yes, you can just say that you want to go out and then contribute something good. I can call my boss here in minutes." However, Tae-Yinzi couldn't do it. God knows if that vicious servant girl had already found out that he had taken the item away. However, if he started a trade now, wouldn't he be digging his own grave? "So, Adam, you must stay put. I'll give you an extra pair of non-fu batteries later. I do have a way." Tae-Yinzi thought for a while and then glanced at Wang Hu. How could a guy with such strong fists be an ordinary member of the White Tiger Clan? If an ordinary member of the White Tiger Clan was so powerful, then what was there in the Kelowna Tao world? Why didn't you say that you had nothing, an ordinary house, and an ordinary wife? Oh, what's the good idea? Wang Hu took 2 steps forward. Tae-Yinzi said seriously, "All arrays are made up of the eye of the array materials, and the array map. A good array can't lack any of these, and they need to be balanced. So. Wang Hu couldn't help but listen carefully. "Brother Wang Hu." Tae-Yinzi patted Wang Hu's shoulder. "Let's go through. With your fists, you can definitely pass." Bam! Face broken. Spin, 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 spin. History was always shockingly similar. Earlier, after waking up, it started to size up its surroundings. It remembered that it had met a mysterious bronze-masked man in a stone chamber in the cave abode. Then it had been knocked unconscious. It was the intruder with the mouthless mask. In fact, it didn't know how much time had passed, but it felt that it shouldn't have been unconscious for long. Furthermore, its current situation was a little bad. Half of his body was embedded in some kind of unknown crystal. The crystal was about 3 to 4 meters tall. Furthermore, there were many similar crystal pillars in the area before them. They were arranged in rows and seemed to follow some kind of special law, and they were spreading out in circles from the inside out. It discovered that the 2 greedy humans in the stone chamber had also been integrated into this crystal, but they were not far from it. Besides these 2 greedy human warriors, there were also many people from the Tao world and members of the demon clan. However, at that moment, they were all pale and unconscious. Their bodies were also in a withered state. Unlike the crystal that bound it, the crystal that bound these guys was in a bright red state. At the same time, it also felt that its physical strength and demonic power were flowing away continuously. Every time he lost a portion of his power, the color of the crystal that imprisoned him would darken a little. Currently, the color of the crystal that imprisoned him was pink in the center, surrounded by many crystals. It could see a huge altar. Below the altar, it saw two young men lying on the ground. These two young men were not bound by the crystal. This made it rather puzzled. On the altar, a child with long black hair sat cross-legged. As for the mysterious bronze-masked man, he was not there at the moment. "Have you woken up? You're indeed the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan. You're very capable." The voice came from behind the crystal. It could not see it, but based on the voice, it recognized that it was the mysterious bronze-masked man who had attacked it. Its mask had actually disappeared. It had discovered this after it had woken up and died. In other words, the other party had known its true identity long ago. However, if he could recognize it based on its appearance, could this mysterious guy be someone who had appeared at the Punglai convention? Although she had been the young master of the Greedy Wolf clan for some time, it had not been long. This was the first time she had appeared in public. The Greedy Wolf clan, who lived on the plateau, rarely communicated with the outside world. There were not many extraordinaires in Kelowna who had seen her. "What's your purpose?" Purple Star tried to calm herself down. "Do you know where this place is?" The bronze-masked man's voice was low, hoarse, and ethereal. "Where is this place?" After a moment of silence, Purple Star chose to answer the other party's question. In this situation, she could not do anything else other than follow the other party's train of thought to obtain information. The voice gradually approached. The mysterious man behind her was obviously walking toward the crystal where Purple Star was at this time. He slowly said, "This is the Imperial Emperor's cave that both the Taoist and the demon faction jointly developed more than a month ago. Of course, this is only a corner of the entire cave, or one of several important places. The composition of the entire cave is much larger than what you can see. The place that you think you have explored to the end is just the tip of the iceberg. The Imperial Emperor's cave." Purple Star frowned. If it was really inside this cave, then both the Taoist and the demon faction had been exploring together for dozens of days, but they had never found this place. What was the origin of this mysterious man? Why did he go so deep into this unknown place? His exploration rate was higher than that of the elites of both the Taoist and the demon faction. Could it be this cave? Did you deliberately expose it? A strange thought flashed in Purple Star's mind, and she blurted out. The bronze-masked man slowly walked out at this time and came to the bottom of the crystal pillar that imprisoned Purple Star. He had his hands behind his back and was looking up at the altar in the center at this time. "Young Master Purple Star, I admire your meticulousness." The bronze-masked man said faintly, "That's right. I did deliberately expose the Imperial Emperor's cave and let the Tao and demon realms discover it. I discovered this place dozens of years ago and continued to explore it for a long time." Purple Star was shocked and immediately felt a chill run down her spine. This was a huge conspiracy that had been planned for a long time, a conspiracy that included both the Tao and demon realms. This place was mysterious, strange, and gave her a terrifying feeling. The life auras of the people in the Tao world and the members of the demon clan, who had been continuously absorbed by the crystal, were very weak now, like candles in the wind. This was also the fate that she was about to face. The edict. The edict is fake? After thinking about it carefully, Zixing could not help but suck in a breath of cold air because she suddenly realized that this was a conspiracy. She began to think about all of this. "Your purpose is to capture the Taoist and the demon clan here in the chaos?" The mysterious cave abode had appeared, the Imperial Emperor's edict had appeared, the Tao and demon factions were fighting over it. People kept disappearing in the process of fighting. At first, they thought that they had died in the hands of the other party because of a secret fight. "Of course the edict is real," the mysterious man said faintly. "If it wasn't real, how could it have caused a fight between the two sides? After all, there are still some experts with extraordinary vision in the Tao world now. What do you want to do?" Purple Star could not help but ask in horror. I just want to get rid of the old and rebuild the new. The mysterious man slowly raised his head and looked at Purple Star's face before whispering, "For this, some sacrifices are necessary. Build the new? You will bear witness and become its cornerstone. Young Master Purple Star, thank you for your contribution." The mysterious man nodded gently and walked straight toward the altar. "Wait a minute. Speak clearly. What is your purpose?" Purple Star let out an angry voice. The mysterious man walked up the stairs leading to the altar step by step, but his voice was desolate. "The ancient Kelowna is dead. I just want to wake it up." He ignored Purple Star's voice behind him and finally stepped onto the altar, arriving in front of the child with long black hair. The child slowly opened his eyes. The mysterious man whispered, "Are you ready?" The child nodded. The mysterious man said sternly, "Bear with it. It will be more painful to pull out the jade dragon pillar. If you really can endure it, I will stop." The child just closed his eyes. Chapter 1036. There was probably nothing more blissful than being able to stretch after waking up and then feel the comfortable feeling that came with it. It was probably the best thing to start a day with this. "Good morning, Miss Ing." After washing up casually, Song Ing tied her hair into a ponytail and walked out of the room. Then she was greeted by the bodyguard outside. "How did I come back last night?" Song Ing frowned and asked. She had been thinking about this question since she woke up. She remembered that she seemed to be enjoying the breeze with Luocio in the pavilion outside, and then fell asleep after drinking some strange and sticky liquid from Luocio. It seemed that she really drank too much. But when she woke up, she didn't feel that her head was tense after drinking too much. "Oh, it was Master Chiao who carried you back last night." The bodyguard said with a smile, "Princess Carrie." Song Ing blinked her eyes, then returned to the room and closed the door. She leaned against the door, stunned. "What's the situation?" Because it was the first day of the new year, there was a traditional etiquette for the younger generation to greet the elders. Song family naturally did so. So early in the morning, several of the younger generation of the Song family came to Song Tianyu and started the so-called greeting. Everything was done according to the traditional customs. After that, it was time for breakfast, and then it was free time. Speaking of which, the first day of the new year was actually the most boring day. If they didn't consider going out, they could only stay at home and chat. "Do you feel uncomfortable when you wake up?" Song Ing, who was thinking about something, suddenly heard Luocio's question from behind, and suddenly became a little flustered. "Yes, yes." "That's good." Luocio nodded. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the Song family's old house. After the bodyguard opened the door, he found that it was a villager from Song Village who came to visit. When he rebuilt the old house, Song Tianyu used many villagers, so he more or less knew some of them. Everyone in the village knew that Master Song was a very kind person and rich. So naturally, they were very enthusiastic. There was an endless stream of people who came to visit, and it felt like the house was crowded like a marketplace. "Hey, last night did I—" Song Ing started to stutter. "Last night? That's right, do you have—" Song Ing hesitated for a moment. However, at this moment, old Master Song suddenly called out to Luocio from afar and asked him to go over. Luocio obeyed and walked over. Seeing this, Song Ing heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, she wanted to ask if she had said anything strange, but he naturally couldn't ask this question. If there was, it would be awkward. Not far away, Song Tianyu began to introduce Luocio's background to the villagers. As for Luocio, he politely greeted the villagers one by one. Song Ing looked at this scene with some boredom. She was not the kind of person who was not used to interacting with people in front of others. Otherwise, she would not have been able to face the middle and upper management of the group when she was working. She just didn't like this kind of so-called family and friends. This kind of meeting didn't have much sincere feelings. Suddenly, In that case, Luocio is actually quite handsome, isn't he? And not bad. After answering, Song Ying was startled and regretted her answer. She saw that Song Haran had unknowingly appeared behind her and sneakily poked his head out from her left shoulder. Then he smiled mischievously. Song Haran! Song Ying was very fierce. Happy New Year, Happy New Year, grow up quickly. Okay, done, Song Haran laughed and dodged. Then he quickly patted Song Ying's forehead lightly. Song Ying only felt that something was stuck on her forehead and blocked her vision. Then this thing slid down and she subconsciously caught it. It was a red packet. Every year it was the same. Something like this would always fall into his hands unexpectedly. Song Ying rolled her eyes at Song Haran and muttered unhappily, "You are treating me like a zombie." She remembered that when she was a child, Song Haran liked to watch some domestic zombie movies. In one of the movies, a square-faced Taoist priest with a figure-8 haircut liked to stick talismans on the zombies' foreheads. Song Haran also liked to watch these movies with Song Ying. For a long time, Song Ying was so scared that she didn't dare to sleep at night. It was like a childhood shadow, so she still remembered it clearly. Even so, she still carefully put away the red packet for fear that it would be wrinkled. As the princess of the Song dynasty, she naturally didn't care about the weight of the red packet. At this time, after Song Haran joined the villagers to visit, it was inevitable that there would be another round of flattery. Song Ying always avoided these occasions as much as possible. Now, she quietly walked away. She planned to chat with Zhang Qingrui. After all, they had unknowingly become familiar with each other. But when she arrived at the door of Zhang Qingrui's room, she was told that Zhang Qingrui went out at dawn and was picked up by someone sent by the Zhang family. It seemed that she left in a hurry. Song Ying wanted to call and ask about it, but she gave up the idea when she thought that every big family always had various urgent things to deal with. She was a little bored and wandered in the yard. Then she saw the 2 bodyguards were looking at the sky. She didn't know what they were looking at, so she walked over curiously. "What are you looking at?" "Missing." The bodyguards were shocked and quickly said, "It's like this. We just saw on the internet that there was a strange light in the sky around here last night. Many people on the internet took videos and released them, so we were curious. Strange light." Song Ying was stunned and said carelessly, "Is it some fake news like UFO or alien flying saucer?" "Maybe." The bodyguards didn't care much. Later, the local news said that it was caused by some faults in an optical experiment. In foreign countries, there were many reports of unidentified flying objects in a month, so they were already used to it. If the Earth was really so dangerous, it would have exploded long ago. How could it survive until now? Song Ying shook her head and felt a little bored, so she lowered her head and went back to her room. She simply used satellite communication to conduct a few daily video conferences. It was mainly about the development of the oil field and gold mine that the Song family discovered not long ago. The report of the department head was not much different from Song Ying's early estimation. Although she listened to the report of the project head with a cold face, Miss Song Ying was already in a daze. But she didn't know if it was because her eyes were playing tricks on her. But some pictures suddenly flashed on the screen of the laptop, as if it was disturbed by some strange signal. The strange scene and the video conference were rapidly switching back and forth. The gray sky, the broken buildings, the overturned roads, the withered trees, the garbage all over the ground, and the scraps of paper in the wind. It was dead silent. It seemed that something was wandering. Suddenly, a rotting hand crawled onto the screen, followed by a grayish, rotting face. Its eyeballs had already peeled off, revealing its teeth. Roar! Song Ying felt her heart beating wildly at this moment, and a suffocating feeling made her mind go blank. She subconsciously grabbed her collar and took in deep breaths. At this moment, all she could hear was a ringing sound in her ears. It was like her eardrums were hit by a grenade explosion at close range. She suddenly held her forehead. Her body suddenly became cold, and her brain felt like it was about to explode. Despair instantly lingered in her heart. Miss Ng, Miss Ng, Miss Ng. The voice gradually returned to reality. In the video conference, the voice of the project head who was reporting the progress of the work began to cover the ringing in her ears and became clear. On the laptop screen in front of her, there were still many pictures of different participants. At this time, they were all looking at her with concern. It seemed to have returned to normal. Song Ing gradually felt that her breathing became smoother, and the pain in her brain gradually subsided. She stared at the laptop screen for a while before shaking her head. I drank some wine last night, so my head hurts a bit. Let's call it a day. You can send the report to my mailbox later. After that, she quickly closed the video conference and began to check her laptop. However, there was no sign of a computer virus. As for the laptop, it was a very secure business laptop. With Song Chaozhou's ability, it was easy for him to get a few high-level hackers to manage the security of the laptop. Is it because the aftereffects of the alcohol haven't completely disappeared? Song Ing rubbed her eyebrows, closed her laptop, and walked to the window. She looked out of the window as a form of relaxation. It had to be said that although this place was a bit backward and inconvenient, the pure aura of nature was still quite strong. She gradually put down the weird picture and indulged in the scenery of the mountain stream. Ask the kitchen to get me some tomato juice. Song Ing, who suddenly felt hungry, ordered the bodyguard outside the door and a little bit of salt. Yes, miss. When getting off the car, Zhang Qingrui gently rubbed her fingers. Growing up in the south, she was actually not used to the cold weather in the north. Even though she had put on thick down clothes, when the wind blew on her face, it still hurt faintly. In front of him was a hotel that looked a little old. It was also the best 3-star hotel that could be found in the area. Mr. Seven had already been waiting at the entrance of the hotel lobby. Seeing Zhang Qingrui, he hurriedly walked forward. Miss, you've worked hard. Zhang Qingrui smiled lightly. Uncle Seven, you've been running around these 2 days and you can't even eat a meal. You've worked the hardest. Mr. Seven's gloomy face showed a smile. I've traveled a lot and even chewed leather shoes when I was hard. It's nothing for me now. Zhang Qingrui had heard a lot of stories about Mr. Seven when she was a child. Now she nodded, saying softly, Have they all arrived? Mr. Seven whispered, The people from Suzuki Kai arrived last night. Originally, they had agreed to wait until after today to meet tomorrow. But for some reason, they suddenly made a request last night, saying that they had to meet today. Otherwise, they would terminate this cooperation. Last night, old Madam called them several times, but she couldn't refuse them. So she sent someone to pick you up early this morning. Grandma already told me about the general situation on the phone this morning. Zhang Qingrui nodded. Let's go and meet the father and son from Suzuki Kai and see what kind of people they are. Haruko Suzuki was now sitting on the sofa, looking at the information on his laptop. As for Yuichi Suzuki, he was sitting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, Yuichi Suzuki opened his eyes. Our cooperation target seems to have arrived. Haruko Suzuki didn't care much. He's just a consumable for the Vanguard, and we'll just send him away. Why can't I find him? Yuichi Suzuki frowned and said, Are you still looking for clues about the anomaly last night? Haruko Suzuki nodded and said, That's right, this matter has a huge impact. Many people saw it, and there are many videos on the internet. However, we can't find much now. I hope the anomaly this time isn't the thing we're looking for. Yes, the location of that strange light pillar is very close to the location shown on the ancient map. Yuichi Suzuki's expression turned slightly solemn. This anomaly seems to be the birth of a treasure. However, have you thought about the fact that both Kelowna and Taoist demons are gathering on Mount Tai right now? Could they be the ones causing the commotion? Haruko Suzuki said, Brother Lianjin, didn't you say that the 2 realms of Kelowna signed an agreement with the founding saint of the current country 70 years ago? That's right. Yuichi Suzuki said, There's indeed such an agreement, and it has a very strong binding force. If it's violated, the demon clan and the Tao world won't have a good ending. The original copy of the agreement has always been kept by humans. Haruko Suzuki chuckled and said, since they're bound by the agreement, do you think the Tao demons of Kelowna still dare to make such a commotion? The origin of this light pillar is mysterious, and no one knows where it came from. If a treasure is born and it's a Sui-ho bead, Brother Lien Jun, it's the once-in-a-decade Penglai meeting now. If it attracts the attention of both the Tao and demon realms, it won't be easy for us to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Therefore, we have to end the battle quickly and start the exploration of the Imperial Mausoleum as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. Yuichi Suzuki sneered and said, since you know you're snatching food from the tiger's mouth, why do you still need these humans? In the face of transcendence, no matter how many ordinary people there are, they're just cannon fodder. Haruko Suzuki said calmly, of course, I don't expect these tomb robbers to be of any use or surprise. I just want them to exist. With so many food, if something happens in the tomb, it'll be convenient for me to swallow them to restore my strength and use my techniques. Besides, the more mortals there are, the easier it is to conceal our existence, isn't it? As long as I obtain the Sui-ho bead, I'll unlock the supreme bloodline of the Shangyu clan and restore my nine-headed body. It'll only be a matter of time before I suppress the world. Suppress the world? Yuichi Suzuki sneered and said, I'm afraid you've forgotten that Shinryu is still in Kelowna. Haruko Suzuki laughed and said, Brother Lianjin, you don't understand, do you? Shinryu is powerful, and I have no intention of going against Shinryu. However, can Shinryu leave Kelowna? As long as it's not in Kelowna, the world is still the world. What do you mean? Let's take Japan, for example. Haruko Suzuki narrowed his eyes and said, or let's take another example. Aren't there many countries on the other side of the ocean? As long as it's not in Kelowna. As long as it's not in Kelowna. Hearing Hakate's words, in Greedy Wolf, Lien Jun's pupils suddenly constricted. Someone knocked on the door. Chapter 1037. In the Dimensional Crack. Facing the void original demons that had been killed and scattered all over the mountains, among which there was no lack of corpses of the void original ancestors, Miss Maid didn't leave immediately. Aren't we going out? Taisetsu asked, somewhat puzzled. The Miss Maid he knew should be straightforward and never procrastinate. At this time, Miss Maid said indifferently, the time is still rather loose. If we go out at this time, Master should also work and rest according to the normal time. It's rare to come here, so let's take some useful things back. With so many void original demons, we can recycle a lot of useful materials. Materials? Taisetsu was stunned. Ye had already walked to the corpse of the original demon at the foot of the mountain of corpses. With a wave of her hand, a jumping black flame had already shot out. After the black flames landed on the original demon's corpse, they immediately began to burn fiercely. It didn't take long for the enormous corpse to turn into dust, and within the large expanse of dust, there was still an irregular piece of strange crystal that looked like a mother crystal or left behind. What's this? Taisetsu curiously picked it up and looked at it carefully. After holding this thing in his hand, Taisetsu had an unusually familiar feeling, as if it was a part of his body. It even made him feel reluctant to let go of it. Yi said, indifferently, one of the materials used to make the Black Soul Envoy. This crystal has to be refined a second time. The element obtained after refining this piece in your hand is one of the important sources that make up your body, the foreign body source. This piece should be able to be refined into about 0.03 grams. My body comes from this thing? Taisetsu opened his mouth. He had always felt that the body of the Black Soul Envoy was very magical. It could freely switch between the virtual and the real. When it had a real body, it could eat like a normal person, and when it was a virtual body, it could exist in a gas-like state. In the past, a lot of Black Soul Envoys were consumed and there weren't many materials left in the material warehouse. Yu Yi took back the crystal in Taisetsu's hand and said indifferently, "The remaining materials were basically used by Master to transform you and Taiyinzi, so I need to replenish them. Otherwise, Master will have to buy them. Boss also wants to buy them." Although he had some doubts in his heart, Taisetsu was very smart and didn't ask. "I'm really sorry." Taisetsu cared about the fact that Boss almost used up all the materials to transform him. "It's nothing." Yu Yi smiled. The amount of foreign body source used also determines the upper limit of the ability value and potential of the Black Soul Envoy. Furthermore, the materials used on you are not necessarily a waste. After all, you are the user of the clear sable sword, so it is naturally worth it. With that said, Miss Maid glanced at Daz gently again. "So, don't let the Master's investment be wasted." "I'll work very hard," Taisetsu mumbled. Of course, it was just a subconscious reaction. However, he felt that this smiling beauty was much scarier than the mountain of corpses behind her. "Let me help you." In order to ease the atmosphere, Taisetsu quickly suggested helper. Yu Yi smiled and said, "Can you help me pick out the ancestor's corpse? I plan to concentrate on refining the ordinary demon's corpse." "Leave it to me." Taisetsu patted his arm and said, "Carrying bricks is my old profession." "Basically, if there are no problems, we hope to take action at 7:00 tonight." The Japanese overseas Chinese named Mu Xianghua was talking nonstop. Zhang Qingrui maintained her etiquette and listened attentively. However, she was mostly observing the father and son of the Suzuki family. According to the information, Mu Xianghua was the one who led the development of the tomb, and the Suzuki family was also hired by Mu Xianghua. However, in Zhang Qingrui's opinion, the relationship between Mu Xianghua and the Suzuki family was reversed. Mu Xianghua didn't look like someone who could hire the father and son of the Suzuki family. "Miss Zhang, what do you mean?" Mu Xianghua looked at Zhang Qingrui and sized her up with a smile. "Mr. Mu is the investor of this exploration. Since it's your idea, we'll do as you say." Zhang Qingrui smiled and said, "Our people are already prepared, so there won't be any problems with the time Mr. Mu set. Also, do you have anything else you need? We can provide it." "Miss Zhang, you're too polite. Our people are already equipped, so there's no need to waste time." It was Haruxin Suzuki who spoke. This young master of the Suzuki family didn't have the ferocious aura of an organization member in Japan. Instead, he was more like an elite in the workplace. This reminded Zhang Qingrui of Zhong Luoqin of the Zhong family, who was also a man who could attract women's hearts. However, for some reason, this young master Haruxin Suzuki's gaze always made Zhang Qingrui feel very unnatural. It wasn't like Mu Xianghua's lecherous gaze, but a kind of gaze that made people feel like they were prey being stared at by a poisonous snake. "Since we've decided on the time, I won't disturb you." Zhang Qingrui suddenly stood up and said gracefully, "I hope you'll be well prepared when I meet Mr. Mu and the two Mr. Suzuki family members again. I'm looking forward to meeting you tonight, Miss Zhang." Haruko Suzuki also stood up and reached out his hand. A handshake. Zhang Qingrui had no choice but to reach out her hand and lightly shake Haruko Suzuki's. However, the moment they shook hands, the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake suddenly became stronger. Zhang Qingrui didn't want to stay any longer, so she made up a random reason and left the hotel. "You seem to be interested in this girl." Yuichi Suzuki looked at the car that was leaving through the window and suddenly asked. When he was in contact with Zhang Qingrui, Yuichi Suzuki could keenly feel that Hakata had secretly implanted something in her body. Haruko Suzuki didn't care at all and said, "It's nothing. It's just that it's rare to see someone with such a strong sense of perception, so I'm a bit excited. But it's a pity that such a good seedling like her would have been fought over by all the big sects in the past." Yuichi Suzuki nodded and didn't pay much attention to her. Now, they could only wait for the night. Mr. Blind was actually woken up by the sound of the phone. When he woke up, he felt as if concrete had been poured into his meridians, making it difficult for him to use his magical power. Right now, not to mention Songdan Songsan, even an ordinary person with a little bit of training could easily defeat him. He knew that this was the side effect of forcibly activating the secret divination method. Of course, this wouldn't last for long. After resting for a while, he should be able to recover 70 to 80% of his strength. The 100 Tribulations Taoist wasn't here. He might have left. Only a few people knew this phone number of his. If the Song brothers wanted to find him, they should have come directly. It was unnecessary to call him, so it was probably Old Master Song. Mr. Blind took out the phone. As expected, it was Song Tianyo's voice. Mr. Song Tianyu wishes you a Happy New Year. Thank you, Old Master Song. Mr. Blind tried his best to make his voice sound less weak. This meant that he hadn't been unconscious for a long time, probably only for one night. By the way, I have good news for you. Luocho agreed to your request and accepted the gift. Old Master Song's voice was filled with indescribable joy. Mister, when do you want to arrange a meeting? Regarding this descendant of the Song family who wandered outside but had the appearance of a supreme noble, Mr. Blind originally wanted to use his extremely great luck to search for the soaring dragon vein. This was the preparation he had made before returning to the country. He thought quickly and then said, I still have some things to deal with. I'll arrange the specific time. Old Master Song, just wait. In that case, I'll wait for your instructions. After Old Master Song nagged for a bit more, he quickly hung up the phone and didn't say anything more. Mr. Blind took a deep breath and felt a wave of stuffiness in his chest. He got up with some difficulty, planning to discuss some things with the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Yesterday, the old and the new had replaced each other. Using the loophole between heaven and earth, he had been able to see some things. Ever since he had woken up, these things had been pressing on him like a mountain, making him feel anxious and anxious all the time. However, Mr. Blind had never expected that there would be no one in the crouching dragon villa at the moment. There were no people from the Tao world or the administration. The remaining people were only ordinary staff in the villa. Although they were ordinary staff, each of them had an official identity. They were all industry talents, transferred from some elite departments. Since Mr. Blind was a guest staying in the Crouching Dragon Villa, the staff naturally didn't dare neglect him. Thus, they quickly told him some things. For example, the beam of light that had suddenly appeared in the middle of the night last night. For some reason, they couldn't contact anyone since last night, including the people from the administration. The sudden news caused Mr. Blind's expression to turn solemn. However, just as Mr. Blind wanted to obtain more information, the staff in the villa whom he had questioned suddenly fell silent and fell to the ground. Mr. Blind was shocked. He only felt a huge sense of danger approaching him. In the villa, a figure rushed toward Mr. Blind at an extremely fast speed. The person who had attacked was wearing a black veil. She had a slender figure and seemed to be a woman. Mr. Blind's meridians were stagnant, and he couldn't mobilize his dermic powers for a while. He could only wave his palm instinctively. However, he was no match for the other party's sneak attack and was imprinted on his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backward, hitting the wall hard. Who are you? Mr. Blind stood up with difficulty while clutching his chest. However, the other party didn't respond. She just waved her palm again. At that moment, an angry shout was heard. At this time, another figure quickly blocked in front of Mr. Blind and swung his fist, fiercely colliding with the black-masked woman's palm. The black-veiled woman leaped back slightly. Her brows, which couldn't be concealed by the veil, frowned slightly. She seemed to be surprised that someone would suddenly appear and obstruct her. Are you okay? Mr. Blind only felt that someone had helped him up. However, it was obviously a different voice from the person who had helped him. My name is Yin Hui, and I'm from the administration. Who is the person who attacked you? The person who helped Mr. Blind up was the Kunlun disciple and administrator Yun Hui, who was thrown somewhere by Mo Xiaofei and Juefeng. As for the person who repelled the black-veiled woman, it was naturally Yun Hui's partner, Old Wolf. Their powers were confined by a strange force. Fortunately, this confinement force didn't seem to last for a long time. At dawn, this force began to weaken. Yun Hui and Old Wolf quickly broke through the confinement and recovered their dermic powers and demonic powers. When their powers were restored, they could easily break free from the hemp ropes that bound them. However, when they hurried back to Wulong Mountain Villa, they saw that there were only cleaners left. They didn't see anyone from the administration. Instead, they saw the scene of the mysterious woman sneakily attacking Mr. Blind. I don't know for now. However, Mr. Blind quickly analyzed the situation in front of him. This person may be related to this series of strange events. Why don't you two take her down first? After holding it in for a whole night, it's time to vent my anger. Old Wolf grinned and cracked his knuckles. The black-veiled woman frowned and suddenly waved her hand. A strong light flashed in her palm. Old Wolf snorted and punched out. However, he missed. After the strong light, the black-veiled woman had disappeared. She seemed to have retreated. Old Wolf bared his teeth and directly jumped onto the wall of the villa. Old Wolf, don't chase her. Be careful. Yun Hui shouted. Old Wolf had to return angrily. He looked at the blind guy who was supported by Yun Hui. He felt that he had seen this blind guy somewhere before. Mister, may I know who you are? Yun Hui was from a famous sect, after all. He asked humbly and politely. I'm a little injured. Let me rest for a while. Mr. Blind hurriedly sat down cross-legged. The palm he had just received had made his already severely injured body worse. If he did not rest immediately, he was afraid that he would regret it endlessly. Besides, he also needed some time to sort out his current situation. However, the person who had launched the sneak attack did not seem to want to kill him. Otherwise, if this palm had been slightly more accurate, Yun Hui and Old Wolf exchanged glances when they saw the blind man sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breath. Both of them were very puzzled. After Yun Hui carefully searched the Crouching Dragon Villa, he did not find anyone from the Tao world. As for the resting place of the agency's agents, there was no one there. There was also no message of the sort. Our people seemed to have left in a hurry. After Yun Hui returned, he looked at Old Wolf and said, We found food in the dormitory, but it was only half eaten. It was also not packed. Unfortunately, we did not find the agency's communication equipment. Old Wolf, don't be distracted. Old Wolf had been staring at Mr. Blind, who was sitting cross-legged quietly. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. I remember where I've seen this guy before. Where? Chapter 1038. I've already contacted the headquarters. Yun Hui asked the people in the villa to prepare some food and brought it back. On New Year's Eve, he and Old Wolf only ate some dumplings. Although they tasted good, they were not full. Old Wolf stared at Mr. Blind, who was still sitting cross-legged. He did not dare to relax at all. After receiving the food, he asked, What did they say? Yun Hui said, Last night there was a strange phenomenon in the depths of Mount Tai, causing a storm in the city. People from both the Taoist and demon realms went to check it out. A few team leaders also led their team members there. However, after 3 a.m, the headquarters did not receive any news from here. Currently, we have lost contact for almost 12 hours. It's that serious. Old Wolf was shocked. Yun Hui said seriously, Yes, the headquarters sent people over overnight. Before that, they told us not to act rashly and to wait for reinforcements. As he said that, Yun Hui looked at Mr. Blind and lowered his voice. Also, the headquarters hopes that we can keep an eye on Qing Xiaozi. Old Wolf frowned. He felt that this mission was a little too difficult. This fellow before him had caused heavy casualties in both the Tao and Yao realms back then. He didn't know what kind of devil incarnate he was. He seemed to be injured now, but who knew if he had any other tricks up his sleeve? Facing such a great sinner of Shenzhou, Old Wolf felt as if he was a new prison guard facing a ferocious terrorist. He was under a lot of pressure. At this moment, Mr. Blind exhaled slowly and stood up. Yun Hui and Old Wolf saw this and immediately tensed up. Yun Hui even made a hand seal, condensing his magic power without releasing it. "Don't be nervous." Mr. Blind faced them and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. In fact, I hope to receive your help more now." Yun Hui and Old Wolf looked at each other and frowned. Yun Hui said hesitantly, "Taoist Qingxiazi, according to the information, you should have been exiled by the Taoist Association. Why did you come back again?" "Whether you believe it or not," Mr. Blind said seriously, "Kelowna is about to face a catastrophe. So, if it's possible, can the two of you help me get in touch with that person from the administration and let me have a chat with him?" Who are you talking about?" Yun Hui's eyebrows twitched. Mr. Blind said, "Naturally, it's the one who has been cultivating in seclusion under the Forbidden City." Yun Hui and Old Wolf's expressions changed drastically. Mr. Blind said, "There's no need to be troubled. You can report this matter to your superiors. They will naturally consider whether to answer my call." Yun Hui and the Old Wolf fell silent. "Taoist Qingxiazi, it's not that we don't want to give you an answer right away. It's just that with our level, there's really no way for us to come into contact with that person." Yun Hui took a deep breath and said, "Regarding your request, I will contact the headquarters as soon as possible. If possible, please wait patiently." Although the headquarters had given the order to keep a close eye on Mr. Blind, they had also given instructions. Try your best to satisfy some of the other parties' requests within the permitted range. To be honest, Yun Hui felt very conflicted about the headquarters' instructions. On one hand, this person was a great sinner of the Tao world. On the other hand, the headquarters seemed to view him as a distinguished guest. "I'll have to trouble the two of you. I'll continue meditating here." Mr. Blind quickly sat down cross-legged again. Yun Hui hurriedly ran out to contact the headquarters. What Yun Hui didn't expect was that after the headquarters heard his request, they didn't even think about it for a long time before giving their approval. They really agreed? Old Wolf looked at Yun Hui in astonishment. Yun Hui nodded and said in disbelief, "My colleagues from the Secret Service Department have already rushed over. They told me to keep my phone available at all times." Old Wolf stole a glance at Mr. Blind, who was meditating, and frowned. "However, I really didn't expect the headquarters to agree to his request and invite that person. That person has been cultivating in seclusion for almost 60 years, right?" "That's right," Yun Hui nodded and said emotionally, "Speaking of which, I've never seen him before. I've only heard my grandmaster, the 100 Tribulation Taoist, mention that there is such a person. He entered the Tao through martial arts and entered the Tao querying realm. Even the Qian division of the Xianyuan Palace has to treat him with respect. He's the legendary strongest warrior, the fire cloud evil god." At that moment, the Old Wolf lit his pipe and slowly took a puff. "I also heard that when he made his debut, he consecutively challenged the patriarchs of the 4 heaven spirit clans and several reclusive experts of the Tao world. I heard that at the time, the fire cloud evil god could be said to be the strongest human in Kelowna, excluding Shinryu. Later on, the evil god planned to challenge our previous generation's greedy wolf star. However, after the greedy wolf star arranged a battle with the demon wolf girl from the west, he disappeared without a trace. As a result, the fire cloud evil god said that he would die without regrets if he could only fight with the wolf lord." Yun Hui remained silent. Old Wolf frowned and suddenly said, "Are you thinking about what Qingxiazi said just now? It will lead to a catastrophe." He nodded and said with a solemn expression, "Didn't the Tao, demon, and the people of the administration mysteriously disappear? There are so many powerful big shots. If they can't deal with certain situations and disappear, then this so-called calamity. Old Wolf didn't say anything. He just smoked his big pipe in silence. At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. It was from the general manager. It seemed that he had contacted the fire cloud evil god. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Qingrui quickly returned to the Song family's ancestral home, accompanied by Mr. Seven. The villagers who came in the morning had already left. The Song family had just finished their lunch. Zhang Qingrui hurriedly explained the cooperation to Old Master Song, because Zhang Lilinfang and Song Tianyu had already reached an agreement. The original date of the operation on the second day of the new year was brought forward. Old Master Song frowned, but still agreed. Those people who had prepared early had been waiting outside. For them, the concept of holidays was different from that of ordinary people. After a round of discussion, Old Master Song quickly asked the fifth uncle to mobilize the people. But this time, Song Tianyu did not go personally. Instead, he let Song Haoran lead the team. Song Ying was also left behind by Song Tianyu. Although Miss Ying was very curious, she was very sensible and did not clamor to touch the Song family's business. The people of the Song family had already settled down in a county 20 kilometers away. It would not take much time to get there from here. You want to go too? To Song Ying's surprise, Luoqiu actually took the initiative to ask for his participation. In her impression, this guy seemed to be more suitable to be in the study, the kitchen, and the like. Luoqiu smiled. Well, I heard you say that this seems to be one of the secret tombs of the first emperor. It has not been discovered yet, so I am a little curious. And your grandfather doesn't seem to want to interfere too much. Song Ying frowned and suddenly said, Aren't you treating me like an outsider? My grandfather? Do you still feel unwell? Luoqiu did not answer the question and asked casually, I just heard that you asked someone to get some tomato juice. Is your stomach uncomfortable after you woke up? Don't change the topic. Song Ying shook her head. Forget it. My grandfather does agree that men should exercise more, but he is willing to let you go, which is a little beyond my expectation. I thought he treated you like a treasure. Luoqiu just smiled and did not say anything. Give me this. Song Ying suddenly stuffed something into Luoqiu's hand at this time. Luoqiu glanced at it and found that it was a miniature pistol the size of a palm. Luger LC9 asked Luoqiu. Song Ying said casually, This is for my self-defense. If you follow the action tonight, Song Haoran will definitely give you some weapons to use. Although it is just exploring a tomb that no one has been to before, but things are unpredictable. No one knows whether there is danger or not. So, it is always good to have some backup. If I lose my original weapon, I can take out another one when I'm in danger. You'll thank me. I will cherish it. Luoqiu put away the Luger LC9S gratefully and then asked curiously, Speaking of which, how do you usually hide it? It doesn't seem to be obvious. It's none of your business. Just take it. So troublesome. Song Ying glared at him fiercely and walked away. But she didn't walk far before she turned back and said fiercely, Don't lose it. Remember to return it to me when you come back. I am just lending it to you. Luoqiu weighed the pistol again and then threw it into the backpack, taking it out when he encountered danger. Of course it did not exist. He would just put it away and return it when he came back. Song Ying seems to care about you. It was Zhang Qingrui's voice. At this moment, the young lady of the Zhang family walked over slowly with a faint smile on her face. From a long time ago, Zhang Qingrui was like a spring breeze. In addition, she obviously saw the scene where Song Ying gave him the pistol. Luoqiu thought for a while and said softly, Maybe she cares about her family. Family. Zhang Qingrui thought, What's the matter? Zhang Qingrui smiled. Nothing. I just want to see how you are preparing. To be honest, I am surprised that you would ask to join. I heard that you were finally found by the Song family, but I didn't expect that Song Haoran would be willing to let you join. After all, this kind of thing, no one knows whether it is dangerous or not. Of course, Zhang Qingrui did not think that Luoqiu would be in any danger, if the future email she read was true. What about you? Luoqiu asked curiously. You don't have to participate in this kind of activity, such as running an antique shop or related projects. Zhang Qingrui said faintly, my grandma had entered the tomb dozens of times when she was my age. There is something on your shoulder, Luoqiu suddenly said. Zhang Qingrui was stunned. She felt Luoqiu's fingers on her shoulder. It was a very light touch. Of course, Zhang Qingrui didn't believe that Luoqiu would find such an excuse to touch her. After all, they had been classmates for a whole year, and this guy didn't have any other intentions. Well, in a popular witty phrase, he was a typical Buddhist player. Perhaps it really did come into contact with something. Thank you. Zhang Qingrui thanked him. You're welcome. Luoqiu smiled. If there is nothing else, I will go to prepare something. Zhang Qingrui looked at Luoqiu's backpack with a naughty smile. Are you going to put a jacket into your pocket again? This was Luoqiu's backpack that seemed to be able to hold a lot of things, but it was still a bit out of the ordinary. Well, I won't tease you any more. Go prepare, Zhang Qingrui said softly. Luoqiu nodded and walked back to his room. Looking at Luoqiu's back, Zhang Qingrui suddenly sighed. She pulled her hand out of the pocket of her down jacket, holding a small black pistol. Zhang Qingrui sighed and put her hand back into the pocket, looking up at the sky. The sky was not good. She needed to cheer up. Yuichi Suzuki took a shower and walked out with a towel. Although he was old, his body was still in good condition. His muscles were still clear, even though he was 60 years old. He drank some water and walked to the living room of the suite, seeing Haruko Suzuki was still looking at his laptop with great interest. Are you still looking for the news about the strange phenomenon last night? Yuichi Suzuki frowned and asked, Get ready, it's time to go. Haruko Suzuki turned his head and smiled. No, I just bought something. Buy something? Yuichi Suzuki was stunned. Suzuki Kai was the most powerful group in the Kanto region of Japan, so they had a lot of resources. And the Suzuki Group was one of the top 10 groups in Japan, with countless assets. Although it couldn't be compared with the top families, it was still a very large family. Moreover, the Suzuki family was still young and had a lot of room for development. Of course, this was before the invasion of Yuichi Suzuki and Haruxan Suzuki. The reason why Lien Zhen is surprised is that such a Suzuki family can have everything as long as they ask. He doesn't understand what Orochi wants to buy. Is it possible that this guy has been infected with the bad habits of human beings after being possessed and likes to shop online? An isolated island in the sea, bought from an auction. Haruko Suzuki said with a smile, Brother Lianzhen, the sale of this island is legal. Although I don't know what use it has now. Under the modern law, an island protected by the law will be of some use in the future. Puff! Suddenly, Haruko Suzuki spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood directly dyed the screen of the laptop red. What happened? Yuichi Suzuki's face suddenly turned ugly. He had formed a symbiotic contract with Yamada Serpent. Once Yamada Serpent was seriously injured, part of the injury would be transferred to him. Sharing wheel and woe wasn't a casual statement. Chapter 1039. Zhang Qingrui looked valiant after putting on a set of equipment prepared by Mr. Seven, just like a general's daughter who suddenly became the commander. Basically, black and brown were the main colors, and he wore long boots that outlined his straight legs even more slender. As for the leather jacket used for the jacket, it was not as bulky as the down jacket, and overall he looked quite capable. The descendants of the Li family needed to go into the tomb, which was an old family rule of Zhang Lilanfang's family. Even if the old lady loved her granddaughter very much, she didn't intend to avoid this family rule for her. But it was a bit harsh for the inexperienced young lady to participate in such a large-scale tomb operation. But thinking of the old lady's style, Seven didn't say anything more. "Miss, after we go in tonight, no matter what happens, you must stay by my side," Mr. Seven said seriously. "Remember, don't look, don't touch, don't ask. No matter how many doubts you have, hide them in your heart and ask after you come out." Zhang Qingrui nodded seriously, and then inserted a tactical dagger into the blade sheath under the vest, which added some heroic spirit to her whole person. At 6:30 in the evening, they had arrived at the agreed meeting place. Mu Xianghua and Suzuki's father and son hadn't arrived yet, but the people arranged by the Song family would arrive in 15 minutes. This time, the Song family had a total of 150 people. Nearly 300 people were sent from the village, but some of them were sent to protect Song Tianyu when he returned to the country. Although there were only a dozen bodyguards living in the ancestral house of the Song family, there were more than that outside the entire Song family village. Otherwise, the fifth uncle, who had been staying in the Song family village all the time, wouldn't need anything. Someone would send it from outside immediately. Naturally, it was because there was a huge service team behind the Song family. Mr. Seven didn't bring too many people, only 30 at most. But these people were all operated by the Li family, who inherited the experience and skills of tomb operation of the Li family in the past hundreds of years. It could be said that they were the peak of the industry. Of course, in terms of the level of illegal weapons, the Song family was naturally better. After all, the Song family was active in South America, a place where warlords and drug lords gathered and where the political situation was chaotic. Nervous, Song Haoren looked at Luocio and smiled. "You don't seem to talk much." On the other side, Mr. Seven was repeatedly warning his young miss. Song Haoren, who had followed the carriage, seemed to be planning to do the same thing. Of course, Luocio wasn't the talkative type, but this kind of action should be the first time, right? Even if, according to the information, Luocio had a police background, he couldn't be indifferent. Song Haoren could only take Luocio's silence as a sign of forced composure. Luocio shook his head. "No, I'm just thinking about something." Song Haoren, "Oh." Luocio said, "If I didn't go to the Song family, your family might not return to the country at this time, and then there wouldn't be this operation." Song Haoren shrugged and said, "That may not be the case. The old man and the Li family in the country have a lot of cooperation. When they talked about this business, it was before they found you. As for finding us, and indeed, if the old man didn't plan to come back, the old lady wouldn't suddenly think of mobilizing some people from our side. But to be honest, even if it wasn't us, the Li family would still find other partners, or simply send more people. And these have nothing to do with you. So, even if we can't find you, the Li family will probably still carry out this exploration. The key is whether we participate or not." Luocio glanced at Song Haoren. Song Haoren said casually, "'Cause chain is metaphysics. Isn't there such a saying, no matter who you are, the earth will still rotate with or without you?" Luocio just smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, the sound of some vehicles came. Not long after, several buses stopped on the side of the mountain road, and fierce men came out with big bags. These were the soldiers trained by the Song family in the village in South America. Seeing this group of valiant men, who seemed to have been stained with blood, ready to go, and quickly arranged themselves neatly, Mr. Seven, who was not far away, could not help but sigh. No wonder the Song family can survive in the chaotic South America. No matter how much money they have, they are still lacking. The key is still to have the strength to protect themselves. Zhang Qingrui's family was actually not bad. After all, it was the combination of the Zhang family and the ancient Li family. But to be honest, it was difficult for Zhang Lilinfeng to make such a team in the country. Without a military background, who dared to privately amass soldiers, the Zhang family was more reflected in the aspects of money and government connections. Just when Song Haoren was counting the number of people in his family, a group of people came close. There were about 70 to 80 people. But compared to the Song family's iron-blooded mercenaries, they were a lot lazier. Of course, they were well organized, but there was no sense of compactness at all. They were like a ragtag army. But considering that they were members of the Suzuki Kai, and the Suzuki Kai was a social organization, they naturally couldn't be compared with the specially trained mercenaries. If these 70 or 80 people were compared with the Suzuki Kai in their original place, they would probably be quite scary. After all, each of these guys looked unfriendly and had their own characteristics. Mu Xianghua took the lead, and Suzuki and his son followed behind. At this time, the others also looked at Mu Xianghua's group. Luoqiu also glanced at them, especially when he saw Suzuki and his son. He blinked his eyes. Well, it's really these two guys. I found something strange on Zhang Qingrui in the afternoon, and felt a little familiar. The last time I saw them was in the fragment world of Yanwuyue. How did these two guys come to me again? Miss Zhang, Mr. Seven, Mu Xianghua, as the contact of both sides and the initiator of this tomb entry, naturally came over to greet them with a smile. But when he saw the 150 people who were ready to go, he felt his heart beat wildly. If there was a conflict, he didn't think the Suzuki Kai guys could resist these 150 guys who emitted a terrifying aura. They were just like private soldiers. What was Miss Zhang thinking? Mr. Mu, you're so punctual. The conversation was done by Mr. Seven, and Zhang Qingrui just nodded to Mu Xianghua. Zhang Qingrui came here mainly to experience and learn. She didn't make the decision for big things, but she also listened to the arrangement for small things. As the representative of the Zhang family, she just expressed her opinion at the appropriate time. Zhang Qingrui knew that outsiders shouldn't point fingers at the people in the family. The head of the Suzuki family and the young head of the family don't seem to have enough rest. Mr. Seven glanced at Suzuki and his son behind Mu Xianghua and casually said, "Are you not acclimatized?" "Haha, it's nothing," Mu Xianghua said with a smile. In fact, he was also puzzled. At noon, the father and son looked good, but in the afternoon, when they were about to set off, he saw Haruxin Suzuki come out with a pale face. As for Yuichi Suzuki, he didn't seem to be so good. He didn't know what the father and son did in the room. He felt that the father and son seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. Was there a loving interaction between the father and son? In that case, let's start. Mr. Seven suggested at this time. A lot of preparations were needed to enter the tomb, especially for the first time. They had to be more careful. In a tomb that had been sealed for thousands of years, there might be no air. When opening the tomb, they needed to let the air circulate. At the same time, they also needed to check the quality of the air in the tomb to see if there were poisonous substances. A lot of high-tech instruments were needed. However, Mr. Seven had already prepared the necessary tools. After all, it was already a modern society and technology was changing with each passing day. Naturally, it was not like the ancient times, where they needed to light candles and black donkey hooves. However, Mr. Seven habitually used his ancestral compass to make a few rounds. As for whether it was useful or not, only he himself knew. For this cooperation, the tomb map was in Mu Xianghua's hands. He didn't intend to take it out before the official operation. The map that was sent to the Li family was just a copy of a small part of the map. It was not complete. Song Haoran quickly had people set up a temporary tent. A group of people walked into the tent and began to study the complete map. However, for some reason, Suzuki and his son did not participate. The two just sat under a tree. Then they were surrounded by Suzuki Kai people, as if they were guarding against something. They only sent a senior member of the Suzuki Kai to accompany Mu Xianghua. In the tent, the light magnified everyone's backs. Not far away, Suzuki and his son quietly looked at the tent at this time. No one knew what they were thinking. "Hakata, did you see anything?" "Strange, except for Miss Zhang's super spiritual sense. The others don't seem to have the ability to kill my soul. Even you can't see it?" "I vaguely feel that the man called Song Haoran seems to have some secrets. I don't know why, but this man always gives me a dangerous feeling." "I feel it too, but my intuition tells me that it's not him." "Brother Lianzhen, It seems that the partner that Mu Xianghua found this time is really a little troublesome. These 150 soldiers have a strong murderous aura and smoke all over their bodies. I'm afraid that they are all soldiers who have experienced hundreds of battles. TSK, TSK, swallowing all these guys will be a great supplement. After this matter is over, I will choose a new body among these people. We still have to be careful. Miss Zhang is probably protected by an expert. But what I find strange is that the other party didn't follow the vine to find the melon. This makes me a little puzzled. Are you scared? Didn't you say that your soul's concealment ability is unparalleled in the world? You also said that with 70 or 80 people around you, you can completely hide your aura? That's true, but the soul power that was destroyed was mine. It's easy for you to say that. Forget it. It's just me showing off. Even if it's a little risky, I still have to finish it. Actually, with Hakade's temperament, if he knew that there was someone in the dark who could easily destroy his soul without him knowing, he wouldn't act blindly without thinking. It's just that the Suiho bead hidden in this tomb is very important to him. It's the opportunity for him to evolve the 9-headed Shangyu bloodline. No matter what, he can't just give it up. Who knows if the other party also came for the Suiho bead? Brother Lian Zhen, don't worry. If there's any problem, immediately move. I've marked these 70 or 80 people in the Suzuki Kai. They can be moved at any time, including that Mu Xianghua. After we go in, I'll secretly compare the people from the Li and Song family. There are nearly 300 individuals. Even if the guy hiding in the dark is a god, I don't believe that he can distinguish them in an instant. That's good. Inside the tent, under the orange light, Zhang Qingrui bent down slightly to look at the map provided by Mu Xianghua. Her small and delicate nose seemed to be sparkling under the orange light. She had been in the antique business for a long time. Naturally, she had a set of skills to distinguish authentic works. The map looked ancient and was written in the language of the pre-Qin dynasty. The missing corner of the map matched perfectly with the small corner that Mu Xianghua had sent to the Li family. This small corner was about the size of a fingernail. Mu Xianghua had specially sent it to the Li family to carbonize it to prove that it was indeed a product of the Qin dynasty. It said that the first emperor once sent a necromancer, Su Fu, out to sea to search for the elixir of immortality. Is this map really left behind by Su Fu? Song Haoren asked with great interest. Song Haoren loved adventure and supernatural stories. In his many years of adventure, he naturally didn't miss out on this 2,000-year-old story passed down in China. Who knows? This map isn't really passed down by my ancestors. It's from the Takizawa family. Mu Xianghua cleared his throat at this time. However, the Takizawa family seemed to have considered that their business partner would ask a similar question, so they taught him a set of words. Yes, according to the story passed down by my ancestors, Su Fu seemed to have really found the elixir of immortality and brought it back to the first emperor. Later on, the emperor was very happy and gave Su Fu a lot of rewards. However, because of this, Su Fu also attracted the jealousy of many people. Later on, for some reason, the first emperor built many imperial tombs, and most of them were overseen by Su Fu. Mu Xianghua paused for a moment to recall the story of the Takizawa family. He continued, "As you all know, the emperors of ancient times didn't like to have their tombs spread around when they were building tombs. Therefore, when the tombs were completed, they would kill all the workers involved in the construction. This map was secretly passed down by Su Fu. There is a passage that leads to the interior of the tomb. Then he escaped?" Song Haoren stared at Mu Xianghua and asked. Mu Xianghua moved away slightly. "I don't know about that, but this map was passed down by my ancestors. It seems that my ancestors had also participated in the construction of the tombs. They were Su Feng's people. I don't know the details. After all, it was something that happened 2,000 years ago." Chapter 1040. At this time, no matter how much Xu Weifeng tried to ignore the abnormality of Brother Mo Xiaofei, he couldn't convince himself if the abnormality of Brother Mo Xiaofei was due to the plot of the weird old man in Wudong Mountain, then the abnormality of this brother Emo Xiaofei was definitely not due to the plot. He seemed to be very familiar with this place, how to walk this road, how to avoid some of the restrictions along the way. Everything was clear in his mind. He even said some weird things. Zhu Weifeng remembered that brother Emo Xiaofei had rushed to Mount Tai to find the successor of the cloth sect to investigate his previous life. Could it be that the current brother Emo Xiaofei was actually... But thinking of this, Zhu Weifeng felt that he was indulging in fantasy. Although he was a single wandering wolf, he had been to some monster places. He remembered that when he was wandering, he met an old monster who was about to die and chatted with him for a while. Humans had past and present lives, and so did demons. The sixth Tao of reincarnation was in the hands of the Netherworld. It was said that there was a book in the Netherworld that could record a person's life. Good and bad, merits and demerits. Everything was recorded in the Netherworld. The Netherworld would decide a person's next life according to the content of this book. There were 6 Tao in the Netherworld. A monster's next life could be a human, and a human's next life could also be a monster. But no matter what, one would forget the past after reincarnation. It was extremely difficult to recall one's previous life. What are you thinking about? Emo Xiaofei suddenly stopped and cast an inquiring look. There was an indescribable majesty in this look. Zhu Weifeng didn't dare to look into his eyes. He scratched his head and said, "I'm just thinking that we've been in here for a while. I don't know if the people outside have left." Wind-chasing Wolf remembered that when he followed Emo Xiaofei in, they encountered an intruder with no mouth mask. In addition, there was another patrol team in the cave. Yes. Emo Xiaofei just nodded and didn't respond to Zhu Weifeng's question. Zhu Weifeng quickened his pace and caught up with brother Emo Xiaofei. "Well, brother, when are we going out?" "Are you in a hurry to leave?" Zhu Weifeng said, "I want to pay a New Year's greeting to some friends on the first day of the Lunar New Year. In addition, I want to pay a New Year's greeting to your parents." Zhu Weifeng thought that Emo Xiaofei wouldn't do this in his current state, so he had to do it. Unexpectedly, Emo Xiaofei said the Lunar New Year's Day, the Lunar New Year's Lunar New Year has already passed. Wind-chasing Wolf was stunned and subconsciously said, "Ah, brother, what? Lunar New Year's Lunar New Year? How long have we been in here? A few hours at most, right? It's not even to midnight." Emo Xiaofei glanced at Wind-chasing Wolf indifferently. 1 day in heaven, 1 year in hell. Have you ever heard of this? To the god, to the S. The god twos to the S to the S to the god. Only Wind-chasing Wolf was left standing there in a daze. This place is almost? Wait, brother, what did you say? Brother. Emo Xiaofei went up the mountain with his hands behind his back. The mountain road was covered with clouds, and Zhu Weifeng couldn't catch up with him. Rumble. The huge stone pillars fell to the ground like trees that were cut down, raising a lot of smoke and dust. However, Wang Hu stopped instead and frowned. Behind him was the strange old ghost who had been egging him on to clear the stage with a normal attack. The old ghost claimed that he ran out from Xiao Xingma's 10,000 ghost tower. Because he stayed in the tower for hundreds of years, he didn't know much about the outside world. It was just that, although this old ghost's clothes were somewhat out of line with the current trends, it was not as exaggerated as the difference of a few hundred years. This old ghost claimed that everything was available in the 10,000 ghost tower, and City Master Xiao was a good ghost king who sympathized with his subordinates. Thus, even if he stayed in the 10,000 ghost tower, he would still be able to enjoy extraordinary treatment. Would the ghost city lord who was gloomy and terrifying have a side that sympathized with his subordinates? Wasn't the 10,000 ghost tower always burning with hellfire? Although the ghosts that entered the tower had the title of ghost soldiers and ghost generals, they weren't the real orthodox soldiers of the heavenly court. At most, they were just private soldiers. How could they have such good benefits? Brother Wang Hu, why did you stop? Haven't you noticed? Wang, who snorted coldly. Only then did Tai Yinzi look around. Wang, who had directly blasted a path out along the way. But when he looked back, those fallen stone pillars had quietly returned to their original state without him noticing. How could this be? Tai Yinzi couldn't help but frown. For Tai Yinzi, who had always failed the array when he was cultivating on the mountain 500 years ago, the strangeness of this maze was completely beyond his understanding. Wang, who saw Tai Yinzi's stupid appearance at this time and frowned impatiently. He resisted the urge to give the other party a tyrant fist and sat straight on the ground. Since he couldn't rush through, there was no need to waste his strength. God knew what was waiting for him in this strange place. Old ghost! Wang, who held his chin and looked at Tai Yinzi. I heard that Xiao Xingma was the ghost king for 500 to 600 years, but no one knows his origin. Do you know? Tai Yinzi was standing on a stone pillar at this time, looking around. When he heard the words, he said casually, I know, the one who herds cows. Wang, who saw the old ghost pick his nose, and knew that he was talking nonsense. Once again, he resisted the urge to give the old ghost a tyrant fist. Old ghost, I need to regulate my breath. You better not disturb me. Tai Yinzi yawned and said, You can do whatever you want. I also need to catch up on sleep. Recently, I've been working hard and mentally exhausted. Wang, who heaved a sigh of relief and closed his eyes. As for Tai Yinzi, he floated down, leaned back against the stone pillar and crossed his legs. Not long after, the sound of sleep came out. The snoring seemed to be a little louder. Wang, who frowned, and finally suddenly opened his eyes. Tai Yinzi's snoring became more and more drawn out. Finally, Wang, who suddenly stood up and walked in front of Tai Yinzi. At this time, Tai Yinzi seemed to have noticed something. He opened his eyes and said in surprise, Big brother Wang, who, have you rested enough? Tyrant fist. Spin, spin, spin. His face fell to the ground. Tai Yinzi dizzily climbed up from the ground and suddenly became angry. You damned brat. When I roamed the world, you were still the unborn chromosome in your father's body. You dare to challenge my bottom line again and again. I'm warning you, don't force me. Tyrant fist. You bastard, you dare. Tyrant fist. I'm warning you again. I have a background that you can't imagine. Ah. Tyrant fist. You still, tyrant fist. Believe it or not, I'll summon the boss to destroy you. Tyrant. This time, Wang, who frowned and stopped, stopping his terrifying fist on Tai Yinzi's swollen face. Your boss. Tai Yinzi sneered at this time. Humph. Ignorant little tiger. You don't know anything about power. If you annoy my boss, he doesn't need to do anything. That vicious woman can destroy you to the atomic level. Huh. Wang, who sneered. Tyrant fist. After landing this time, Wang, who directly lifted Tai Yinzi's collar with lightning speed. Seeing that terrifying iron fist swinging out again, Tai Yinzi shrank his neck in horror. He didn't know where this tiger demon came from, but his body was in so much pain that it faintly showed signs of cracking. He didn't know if his body could withstand a few more punches like this. Black Soul envoys weren't invincible, but they could still die. Shout! Wang, who snorted at this time. Shout, shout? Tai Yinzi was stunned. If I ask you to shout, you will shout. A vein faintly appeared on Wang, whose forehead again. Tai Yinzi made a sound in his throat, then glanced at Wang, whose fist, and said in a trembling voice, Ah, 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 ah. At this time, the veins on Wang, whose forehead bulged, and a white demon power suddenly rose, and a huge phantom of a tiger's head suddenly appeared in the sky. At this time, with Wang Hu as the center point, the ground began to move crazily as if it couldn't bear Wang Hu's weight. A large number of tiger stripes appeared on his face, and the murderous aura he casually released had already blown up the surrounding stone pillars. At this time, Wang Hu grabbed Tai Yinzi's neck, raised him high, and said coldly, "Old ghost, don't play dumb with me. I'll give you one more chance, call out the boss you were talking about. Otherwise, with the next punch, I will make you completely disappear from this world. Divine beast transformation. Tae-Inzi's face was full of shock. Damn, didn't they say that he was just an ordinary member of the white tiger race? Tae-Inzi's mind turned quickly. How would he dare to really summon the boss in this place? Once he summoned a maid, wouldn't a matter of him stealing something from the club be exposed? God knows what kind of punishment was waiting for him, but it seemed that even if he didn't call out, he wouldn't be able to withstand Wang Hu's fist now, right? After quickly weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Tae-Inzi immediately made a decision. At most, after this time, his work period would be extended again. It was better than dying in the hands of Chintaro. Pui, dying in the hands of this brute. Fine, since you don't know what's good for you. Don't blame me for being impolite. Tae-Inzi blew his beard and glared. If you have the ability, let go of me first. Humph. Wang Hu casually threw Tae-Inzi down and continued to release the demonic power in his body. The fine gravel on the ground rose up because of the demonic power. Tae-Inzi mumbled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva again. After returning this time, he wouldn't come out no matter what. Tae-Inzi took a deep breath. The reason why he was so calm was that even after being inexplicably transferred to this place, he could still clearly sense the existence of the club. In other words, in this place it was like staying in the club. There was a feeling of harmony. Therefore, Tae-Inzi didn't doubt the possibility of summoning the boss here. However, what Tae-Inzi didn't expect was that no matter how crazily he called the boss in his heart, he couldn't get a response from the boss. Is the person you're calling not in the service area? Pui, how is that possible? This place obviously exudes the aura of the club everywhere. Boss, this poor Taoist is wrong. This poor Taoist shouldn't have left his post without permission. This poor Taoist shouldn't have stolen something. This poor Taoist shouldn't have stolen your tea leaves. This poor Taoist will definitely correct this mistake. This poor Taoist is your main source of income. Boss, meow meow. Old ghost, my patience is limited. What's the hurry? Tae-Inzi braced himself and said, Since you're in such a hurry to die, this Taoist won't stop you. Don't wait for my boss to come. Hero, have mercy. Please give me a little more time. Here, the signal here is bad. Go to hell. Tyrant fist. Seeing Wang Hu's fist coming, Tae-Inzi somewhat sadly found that he couldn't dodge at all. He even felt some hatred. Why didn't he cultivate properly when he was in the sect? Since he was going to die, why didn't he make a mess of the club when he went out, turn the kitchen into a battlefield, smash all the things in the cupboard, blow up Adam, and break the boss's record? At least it would have angered that vicious woman to death. Boom! In an instant the ground shook because of this loud sound. However, Tae-Inzi didn't feel the sharp pain caused by the fist that always broke his face. In front of him there was a barrier. Wang, whose fist was blocked by this barrier at this moment, like a bubble in soap water. Under the refraction of the light, the barrier flowed with a glassy brilliance. Boss, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. At this time, Tae-Inzi suddenly shivered. Under the reflection of the light, he didn't know when there was an extra shadow on the ground. Tae-Inzi was overjoyed and looked up. Boss save? Boss? Tae-Inzi's expression froze at this moment. At this moment, the one floating in the air wasn't Luochio, nor was it the club's servant girl that Tae-Inzi was afraid of. Instead, it was a petite figure, long purple hair, about 11 or 12 years old, white skin, and a cold expression. The girl's gaze fell on the ground, sweeping past Wang Hu and Tae-Inzi, then slowly descended. The gorgeous purple dress swayed slightly. Prototype Universal Treasure House Manager, Gaia. Who's calling? Chapter 1041. His fist stopped in the air, blocked by a strange, force field-like thing. It couldn't go any further. For Wang Hu, who could smash anything with his fist, this was a very uncomfortable thing. Therefore, he directly retracted his right hand, and his left hand instantly clenched into a fist, directly bombarding this strange light shield. As for this purple-haired little girl of unknown origin, he would deal with her after destroying this light shield. Boom! The ground shook even more violently because of this punch. Very few people knew that Wang, who was actually left-handed, his left fist was much more terrifying than his right fist. With this punch, the light shield in front of him instantly sunk a little, but it recovered in an instant. Wang, whose eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness, he suddenly took a deep breath, and the third punch was already thrown out. If one punch didn't destroy it, then 2 punches, 3 punches. To put it bluntly, Wang, who didn't believe that there was anything in this world that couldn't be destroyed. Boom, 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 boom. Looking at the fists that kept pouring on the light shield, Tianzi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Such fists, even if only one landed on his body, he would probably vanish into thin air. This white tiger demon, is this serious now? Unlike Tianzi's horror, the purple-haired girl was expressionless at this time. She just silently glanced at it, and after a while she spoke in a stiff tone. Detected, carbon-based level 3 life form. Second detection, experimental body number 27, white tiger gene possession rate 33, 7%. Experimental body number 27, white tiger soul, factor possession rate 7, 64%. Awakening requirement not compatible. She said something that Tianzi couldn't understand. This little girl, who called herself Gaia, looked at Tianzi at this time, her dark purple pupils slightly brightening. Detected, life form with an alien origin. Second detection, alien origin possession rate 4, 571%. Searching list of permissions. Highest permission, not compatible. Level 1 permission, not compatible. Level 2 permission, not compatible. Tianzi. Second detection. Level 3 permission, not compatible. Level 4 permission, not compatible. Level 5 permission, not compatible. Sublevel permission, compatible. Awakening requirement, meet. The purple-haired girl's deep purple eyes suddenly dimmed and returned to their original color. She lifted her skirt and bowed slightly in front of Tianzi. Prototype Universal Treasure, Vault, Manager Gaia at your service. Secondary authority. Tianzi was confused. Wang, whose fist suddenly stopped, no longer bombarding that strange light shield. Instead, he suddenly jumped up, went around the light shield, and punched towards Tianzi. Old ghost, die! As the fist neared Tianzi suddenly shuddered. At this time, he couldn't care less about the origins of this strange little girl. He could only make a last-ditch effort and shouted in panic, "Protect! Protect me!" Understood. Instantly, the purple-haired girl raised her hand, and the light shield didn't move at all. It appeared in front of Tianzi and blocked Wang, whose fist again. However, this fist was even more ferocious than before. After a loud boom, the terrifying fist force spread out from both sides of the light shield and rushed towards the stone forest behind Tianzi. The power of the tyrant fist extended over 100 meters. Tianzi stiffly turned his neck to take a look and saw that Wang, whose fist force had created a 100-meter deep hole on his left and right. Subdue him! Tianzi hurriedly screamed at this time. Understood. Once again, Gaia raised her arm. On her palm, spots of colorful light gathered and turned into a light ball. At this time, Wang, whose hair all over his body seemed to have touched static electricity. He felt a chill on his back and quickly retreated. However, the colorful light ball in Gaia's palm suddenly changed shape. Numerous colorful ribbons of light shot out from the light ball and flew towards Wang, who had an extremely fast speed. Wang, whose pupils contracted. He suddenly exerted strength in his legs and moved quickly in the stone forest. However, these ribbons of light had an unusual tracking ability and were not messed up at all. There were also no signs of knots due to Wang Hu's various movements. Moreover, these ribbons of light were constantly splitting. In just a short time, the numerous ribbons of light had split into hundreds and appeared densely around Wang Hu. Damn it! He couldn't completely avoid them. His wrist was instantly wrapped by a colorful ribbons of light. Wang Hu snorted coldly and planned to forcefully break the ribbons of light. However, the ribbons of light could not be broken in a short time. Instead, more ribbons of light directly wrapped around his body at this time. In an instant, Wang Hu's body was wrapped by a large number of ribbons of light. After the ribbons of light completed the binding, they condensed at a very fast speed. In the end, Wang Hu's body was solidified by a strange gray crystal-like substance, and he could no longer move. Wang Hu, who was imprisoned, glared angrily. The demonic power in his body continuously erupted crazily. Faintly, his eyes turned vertical, and the tiger stripes on his body increased sharply by several times. However, at this time, Gai Yan just said indifferently, "Strengthen." The color of the strange crystal deepened a little in an instant. As for Wang Hu, at this time the changes in his body gradually subsided. Those strange crystals that condensed on his body were actually crazily absorbing the demonic power that he released at this time. In just a short moment, Wang Hu's face looked slightly pale. He lowered his head, and his forehead was full of sweat, but he stared unwaveringly at this terrifying, purple-haired girl. F***CK. Ignoring Wang Hu's mood at this time, Taiyinzi repeatedly cursed in his heart. He suddenly jumped up, his face full of disbelief. If this was done by the boss, Taiyinzi would believe it without a second thought. If it was the maid who did it, Taiyinzi would also agree. But what was the background of this little girl? A demonic beast that could transform into a divine beast among the 4 heavenly spirit clans, however. After completing the subduing of Wang Hu, Gaia stood still on the spot. Her head was slightly lowered, and her eyes seemed to have lost their luster. She gave Taiyinzi the feeling that she was a smart robot, Adam, in standby mode. Taiyinzi hesitated for a moment and slowly tiptoed to the front of Gai Yan. However, at this time, Gaia slowly raised her head and looked at him without blinking, not saying a word. Taiyinzi's eyes turned, and he tentatively stretched out his finger, gently poking at Gaia's face. His finger gently sank into Gaia's cheek. The soft touch was no doubt no different from a real person, completely unlike Adam, who was like a bag of iron. Just as Taiyinzi was about to pinch other parts of her body to study carefully, Gaia's eyes suddenly flashed. Sublevel authority users' actions exceed authority. Self-protection program activated. Taiyinzi. Thunderball. A large number of thunderballs appeared out of thin air, and behind Gaia, dozens of them, or hundreds of them. Taiyinzi's consciousness also paused at this moment. He didn't have time to think too much. The terrifying thunder ball hit him at this moment. Ah! After a long scream, Taiyinzi had turned into Jiao Taiyinzi, collapsed on the ground, and lost consciousness. As for Gaia, at this time, she lowered her head slightly again, and her eyes lost their luster. She just stood there quietly, motionless. Chichikamaya and Ghost Baby's expressions suddenly became solemn, saying that this place was Ponglai. If such words were said by others, Chichikamaya and Ghost Baby would naturally consider the authenticity of the words. But these words were said by Long Shirua. No one would doubt Long Shirua's words. And this was the memory of the previous Shinryu. This is Ponglai. Chichikamaya frowned. The jade dragon pearl unexpectedly brought us to this place? Long Shirua's expression was rarely cold. Chichikamaya, are you suspecting me? Chichikamaya immediately shook his head. No, on the contrary, I believe it. But because I believe it, I feel it is inconceivable. Can I assume that behind all of this, it might be the work of the 71st generation Heaven Heart? Long Shirua was stunned. Chichikamaya's thinking was not without reason. The jade dragon pearl had been pulled out from Wang's body, and Wang had left with the 71st generation's heavenly heart. The Penglai Convention had been going on in Kelowna for a long time, and every convention ended with the cloth-clothes Tao's successor performing a sacrifice. If there was anyone in the Tao world who had the last chance to find Penglai, it was probably the cloth-clothes Tao's special sect. However, the 71st generation's heavenly heart had actually found Penglai long ago. A few decades ago, Chichikamaya suddenly said, "The cloth-clothes Tao produced a monstrous genius. Do you still remember Lord Long? Great sinner Qing Xiazi?" Long Shirua searched for this name and its story in her memory. "I remember that it ended with the sacrifice of the 71st generation's heavenly heart. As for Qing Xiazi, he was exiled because of the 71st generation's plea before his death." Chichikamaya said Qing Xiazi was indeed the strongest successor in the history of the cloth-clothes Tao. At that time, he collected 7 spirit veins and attempted to communicate with the 12 ancestral spirit veins in Kelowna. He wanted to use the power of the earth in Kelowna to forcibly divine the location of Penglai. Unfortunately, the huge power accumulated in the end was not something that could be controlled by human power. It even provoked the dragon demon. "Grandpa Turtle, what is the dragon demon?" Luo Dance, who was already at Winky Face, couldn't help but ask. Chichikamaya glanced at Long Shirua, opened his mouth, and hesitated. Long Shirua said indifferently, "The so-called dragon demon is a special life formed by the accumulation of resentment after the death of a dragon. The dragon demon likes to invade the spirit veins and seize the origin of the spirit veins so that it can be reborn as a dragon. But even if it is reborn, the new life formed by the dragon demon is also quite brutal. It will even devour other spirit veins to strengthen itself. If it is left alone, once it devours the 12 ancestral spirit veins of Kelowna, it will even directly damage the fate of Kelowna. Then, at that time, Luo Dance opened her mouth. Chichikamaya sighed. At that time, in order to suppress the violent power and prevent the 12 ancestral spirit veins of Kelowna from rioting, your sister Long was already busy. Therefore, the dragon demon could only be dealt with by the Taoist and demon realms. Unfortunately, the 2 realms suffered heavy losses in the end. Many sects and demon clans lost their elites. Originally, as the initiator of the evil, the sinner Qing Xiazi was bound to die. But in the end, Tian Xian 70th sacrificed himself and eliminated the dragon demon, saving the 2 realms and the common people. Tian Xian's 70th generation can be considered to have used his lifetime's merit and virtue to save Qing Xiazi's life. Tian Xian 70th must love his disciple Qing Xiazi very much. Luo Dance said faintly. Chichikamaya and Long Shirua suddenly looked at Luo Dance. This made the little butterfly at a loss. She lowered her head and said timidly, Did I say something wrong? Long Shirua suddenly said, "You're right. It's just that we don't want to think like this." After saying that, Long Shirua sighed. It's all in the past. No matter what happened at that time, the important thing is what Tian Xian 71st is planning. With Qing Xiazi's crime as a lesson, isn't he afraid of provoking the dragon demon in the end? Does it mean that Tian Xian 71st has mastered the method of controlling the dragon demon? Chichikamaya frowned. Or the Bui Taoism had already controlled the position of Penglai in the past decades, but they kept it a secret. It's hard to say. Long Shirua pointed between her fingers. The purpose of the 71 generations of Heavenly Heart is not Penglai, but to awaken the Reiki between heaven and earth. But we are indeed transported here by the power of Wang. Lord Long, it seems that it's very complicated now. If it's not Tian Xian 71st himself, he can't explain it at all. The most important thing now is to find Tian Xian 71st. Chichikamaya cupped his hands and said, Long Shirua smiled bitterly. That's right. But look at me now, I'm powerless. Chichikamaya took a deep breath and said, Then, Lord Long, Please return the god pearl for the time being, and let me use the secret method once. Chichikamaya's secret method would greatly damage his vitality each time he used it. In the last Xianglu incident, Chichikamaya had already used it once. Because of this, he had been recuperating until now. Although it seemed that there was no big problem on the outside, Long Shirua knew that Chichikamaya had been secretly using medicine to recuperate. Until now, he was still strong on the outside but weak on the inside. How many lives do you have left? Long Shirua glared at Chichikamaya. Chichikamaya was silent. Who? But at that moment, the ghost baby suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already more than 10 meters away. He was holding a dagger that shone with a cold light as he slashed at the air. At this moment, a shadow flashed away from the trajectory of the dagger and finally appeared. It was a man with a pale and gloomy face and full of ghost aura. After dodging Ghost Baby's attack, the man said coldly, "You deserve to be the orphan of the Mingi clan. Your insight is really good." Ghost Baby frowned, and the dagger in his hand was split into two. "You're Xiao Sheng Mo, the owner of Ghost City?" The man with ghost aura chuckled, but it looked a little ferocious. He said, "I didn't mean to hide here and eavesdrop. I was inexplicably transferred to this place. In order to protect myself, I had to hide a little. But I seem to have heard something terrible.